Debs, will you give the players the go when appropriate? Cool.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I see you. Yeah, I see you back live. Oh, are we live?
Beautiful, we're back.
We're live in here. Welcome back. Hello, Jebs. No warning screens or anything. Just you're live, and here we are. So it's two games, one game apiece. The best of five, now a best of three, and I think of the two, Knox are going to be most pleased with that little timeout. Hopefully, give their player time to get back, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I think.
Okay. We're going to remake the lobby.
We're reloading everything, getting it ready for us. And
in the old, it's the old trick. Have you tried switching it off and switching it on? We've done that with the stream. We're going to do that with the lobby, and with any luck, it's all back at 100%.
Always the best way, I think. And I believe stream did end up missing slightly out on the end of that game too. I would be able to tell you the final score, but I've completely forgotten. ADHD getting the better of me. 2-1, 2 knocks in the end. Captain Quark taking the MVP. And yeah, they look strong. They look very composed at the back. Yeah, they're looking much stronger than in game one, and I think going forward into game 3, they are, in my opinion, looking the stronger team.
Well, you did say during game 1 that they would improve, and we were making that comment as that game came to an end. Game 1 was very much about the opening from Dominion, those quick-fire 3 goals, which kind of set them up for victory in that game. But as that game went on, we saw them getting better and better, and they took that through to game 2 and proved it by the end there. A close game, not a high-scoring affair, but enough to secure victory. So, yeah, I expect this to be a far closer affair, game 3.
Yeah, I think Ryan's kind of coming back into it. He has finished. He ended up not being bottom of the leaderboard in that second game. He ended up out with more points than SK. Not the points mean everything, obviously, but as I mentioned before, the stats committee head, we love points over there. So it's always good to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly the points aren't the be-all and end-all, but you still don't want to finish last on the points. Okay, an early shot from Harvey. SK takes it away. Clarky brings it right back, and Quark takes it right out. Panda looking to bring it right back. Good pressure building up here from Dominion. Can they make it count? Harvey going to be trying to find a teammate. It's floating awkwardly, but Captain Quark will get it out.
Yeah, Dominion obviously starting a little bit quicker, but we haven't seen Knox with the ball yet. You never know what's going to happen, but they're holding it well. I think they're going to keep this kind of let the ball come to me play style, which they had in game 2, and yeah, so far so good. And Captain Quark squeezes it above Panda, and it puts them 1-0 up in this third game.
And a little bit of a warning, some warning signs there. Great work, though, from SKO for that little gentle pass off the backboard, setting it up beautifully there. This is the first time that we see Knox scoring first, and they've gotten better and better, even with their sub. And now they've taken the lead. First blood in game 3. And Dominion are going to have to be cautious of that. And Harvey with a really heavy first touch, almost getting his team into a lot of trouble. There might still be some. Yeah, Panda, it's not a great clear. It's very dangerous. They do enough. But man, oh man, their hearts must be in their mouths at the moment.
Yeah, Knox looking like they're out for blood right now. And I think Dominion are getting a little bit shaky, but we saw this yesterday against the Abyss. They did end up going 2-1 down in that series, pulling it back into the game 5 for the win. And again, in that series, they looked a little bit shaky in these kind of middle games. But will we see them ice up as we push further on into this series?
Harvey sends it toward the net. It's soft and an easy clear. Panda, difficult angle, but he's passed. Harvey shoots and scores. It's a level game.
Beautiful play from Panda in the end, passing it down away from Quark just before Quark thought he was able to clear it off the backboard. Panda gets the little touch past him, plays it down to Harvey, who slaps it with the fat merc into the back of the net. and he ties the game up 1-1.
Ryan's got time on the ball, pops it forward. He's done beautifully. It's not going to go in. And he might have been, he'll probably be a bit disappointed because he managed to clear the entire opposition and had an open net. Doesn't take advantage of it. And now Dominion have an opposing, offensive opportunity. Go with the shot, but cleared away.
Yeah, I love to see this from the kind of elite players or just in general players subbing up. They come in with confidence, as we see Ryan with another clear away, and it's always good to see when you're subbing up. It's kind of very much there's no pressure on you because you're not the player that's supposed to be there, but you love to see it when they come through and go, no, you know what, I'm gonna put my all and everything into it, and Clarky ends up capitalizing on Sko's misread from the backboard, and Ryan kind of left in no man's land. He pops it over the back of both of them and takes them into the lead. It's just as I'm saying how much Ryan has been playing well, he concedes a goal. But yeah, Dominion taking the lead in this one.
Yeah, Dominion going to be pleased with that. They conceded first. Oh boy, Harvey making that a lot harder than it needed to be, but they do finally get it a long way forward, and now it's coming a long way back. Captain Quark misreads. There's been a double commit from Dominion, so they might not have the players to take advantage of this pressure play. They don't. Everybody having to back off, reset themselves a little bit. Ryan, long distance, sent right back by Panda, looking for the read off the ceiling. He gets it, but Sko having none of it. Clears it off the backboard.
Beautiful play from pretty much everyone on the field. Some really nice shots, but Nox able to deal with them. I think I really don't know where the rest of this game will go. I think both teams looking really strong in the play styles they're trying to play, but Dominion obviously with more shots so far and are definitely kind of keeping that pressure up on Nox.
What I liked what Nox did in the last game is once they had the lead, they looked very comfortable in terms of that sort of play style you were talking about, where it's a little bit more passive. They weren't overly anxious about scoring. And my only concern with Dominion here is they're having great pressure right now. Oh, it's going to work out for them. There might be a goal here. Ryan saves. Clarky bringing it back. But they are pressing very high, looking for a third goal that they don't really need now. But, oh, there's been a demo, but the shot goes wide.
Yeah, definitely what you were just mentioning. I think they're very much pushing that tiny bit too high. We've seen in multiple situations in the last few times I've watched Dominion where they that third man overcommits and almost capitalizes on it. But yeah, Dominion, they like to overcommit that third man. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but when it doesn't, pretty much gives Nox an open net to shoot at. And here we go again. Third man overcommitted. Goes up. He's not able to get there. Everyone missed this, and Harvey missed it again. And they tie the game up with 5 seconds to go.
Debs, sometimes casters are cursed, where you say one thing and the opposite happens. But occasionally, the play that we see on the field makes you look like a genius. You were just talking about the risk of how high aggressively they play up, and there we see it. They get punished, and in awkward fashion, because it wasn't even like a monster counterattack. It was a fairly tame goal, and they were 6 seconds away from being on series point, and now they're going to fight out in overtime.
Yeah, I think this game is really important to both teams because it will mean they're on that match point. They've got that slight bit of leverage going into game 4 and 5. Captain Cork's able to save it. Starkey almost with a lovely shot, but Cork's able to keep it out. And yeah, I think both teams will want this game. We'll see what happens in this overtime, but it's definitely going to be a close one.
Yeah, and I do think, given the fact, oh no, there it is, Ryan, the substitute, bangs in 39 seconds into overtime, the winner, and it is Nox who are going to go to the next game with a massive advantage.
So much confusion in that Dominion defense. They had no idea what was going on. Harvey played it into Pandu, then hit it the wrong way, then rolled across the backboard, and then rolled in front of the goal. and Ryan just went, oh, you know what? I'll pop that one in. It was easy as you like from Ryan in the end. It was just Dominion messing about with it at the back. As we see here on this graphic, what is that? 13 shots to 7, and they're losing that game. 13 shots to 7.
It's bizarre to score that many goals, to shoot that many shots, and lose the game. I mean, where your opposition are shooting half the number of shots as you, and they're getting that extra goal to take the winner. And I wonder now, Dominion was 6 seconds away from taking this game, and they conceded. They were pushing so aggressively high up. And it's a tough loss to come back from. You know, often this is harder to come back from than if they'd lost here 7-1 with the Brazil, that you can almost write off. This is like, guys, we were 6 seconds away from being in this massive advantageous position, and now we're fighting for our lives.
Yeah, I mean, they looked so confident in the first 4.5 minutes of that game 3, and they ended up just kind of giving a goal away in a stupid way, which, I mean, we've seen them do multiple times now, and it's something they really need to work on if they want to push forward in this playoff bracket. But
right,
yeah.
Well, it's do or die. It's everything or nothing, right? Oh, the double! Oh, sensational opener! 8 seconds in, SK making a statement, a massive and emphatic statement.
Beautiful goal in the end. The Dutch Demon coming through with a beautiful goal, and able to double it past both of the keepers, and it keeps Nox definitely in the driving seat of this series now.
All right, well, you're the only one that can be 100% on your prediction now. You predicted Nox taking it 3-1. I predicted, that's going to be an equalizer. Panda gets one back for Dominion. They're not out of it yet. I predicted that it would be Dominion taking it 3-1. I can no longer get that right. But maybe the winning prediction if they can sort themselves out here in Game 4.
Yeah, as we mentioned in the last game, the Caster's Curse coming through beautifully in your favour. As soon as we mentioned that this game could be going in Nox's favour, Dominion go, shush, we'll score one and keep this a level game.
RV now. Whoa, he can't get the read out of the corner, but Clarkie's still going to make things awkward and interesting. Captain Quark doing magnificently. Who gets here first? It's kind of neutral, but will be better for Nox. And Harvey loves to be involved. He's never far from the action. Trying to make something happen there. The long clear. Going to get caught by Clarkie. Gets past one, but not past SK.
Yeah, Harvey in his murk. He's always there, and he's definitely the aggressor of this Dominion team. Seems to be that kind of. It might even be the reason that third man is pushing up so high. And Ryan, the substitute, taking the lead, taking the driving seat, and that puts them 2-1 up, and that puts them on the road to the series win.
Well, here we sit in Game 4, and if we cast our minds back to Game 1, Ryan, thrown in last minute, literally sort of recruited in, while the rest of his team was sitting in the lobby, and it was a little bit of a shaky start, but there he was with the winner in the last game, and gets a second here. But in the meantime, Dominion figure out a goal for themselves and level it up once more.
Beautiful play from Panda in the end. Just sees Quark miss it on the backboards, and it puts it up lovely for Clarkie, and he just demos the goalkeeper out of the way, gives him an open net, goes, don't worry, no pressure, open net, and they tie the series up 2-2.
And Panda did very well to dribble his way around, but he got deleted, so he couldn't do anything with a final effort to find a teammate or perhaps find a shot. And for a moment, it looked like Nox might find a lead for the third time. Ryan now. All right, Captain Quark's been left alone for the moment. In defense, does well. He's not panicking. He's not worried. And now a pinch might just set up another offensive play here for Nox.
Yeah, really confident Captain Quark coming flying into that ball. But yeah, I think Nox are definitely they're playing slightly different to how we've seen in the last 2 games. They're playing a little bit more aggressive, less kind of waiting for the ball to come to them, playing much more on the attack, but I'll be able to keep that one away. Ryan with a shot, comes out to Sko, but yeah, I think both teams looking very shaky in their attack, but no one's really sitting back and playing passive anymore this game.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen this sort of aggression from Nox at all in the last few series. A bit of miscommunication, lands up in a double commit. They do still keep it in an attacking position. Dominion have not been able to clear their lines. Harvey will try again, does very well, but Ryan has rotated all the way back and will bring it right back in front of the net. Captain Clark can't get there first. Clarky does, but for the longest time now, Chebs, Dominion cannot get any breathing room out of their half. They save for now. How much longer can they survive this?
They're doing really well. This is a completely different defense from what we've seen from Dominion in this series so far. They've looked very shaky in defense, a lot of double commits and mistakes, but they're holding it together. And they've still got a minute and a half to hold on, but you never know. Nox might make a mistake, or Dominion might make a mistake. It really could be anyone's game, this game 4.
And the frustration must be starting to build, though, with Nox, because they've had the better of this for going on 90 seconds. They've been sort of taking up residency in the Dominion half, but haven't found a way through. And all credit to Dominion for being able to sustain and absorb that much pressure. But you feel at some point they've got to get this ball out for some length of time to at least take a breath, fill the boost tanks. But there's just no respite for them. It keeps coming back at them.
One of the only problems you see sometimes with this over the top pressure, and you sometimes see them kind of overcommit as they are kind of doing at the moment, but able to keep it away. But you sometimes see the kind of attacking team push that tiny bit too far forward and end up getting a massive counter-attack against them. But they're doing okay. Nox, their rotations are really solid so far. We've seen through the whole of this series. But yeah, they're keeping the pressure on, not letting Dominion breathe.
Yeah, but the problem here is they haven't scored, and as you've just highlighted, it opens up the possibility of the quick counter. You can spend 3 minutes building pressure and then concede on the counter, and we might be going to overtime. Panda has to get that touch. He does. The trouble not over yet. It is now, and we go to a second consecutive overtime. Nox winning overtime in the last game, and now a do-or-die overtime for Dominion.
Yeah. I think if you can keep pressure for 5 minutes of a game. If you're not scoring, it means nothing. And so far, we haven't seen Nox get that goal, and I think both teams are really going to be pushing in this OT.
And we see it in the shots. 12 shots from Nox. Three from Dominion. It's crazy. In fact, that's got to be one of the longest periods of pressure I've seen. Certainly one without a goal. I mean, it was so long, so many shots, and they just couldn't find a way through. And now with the overtime, resetting at kickoff, it has allowed Dominion to just take a breath and maybe allow themselves to get a little bit of an attacking play going for themselves.
Yeah, especially in this kind of high of a tier, you very rarely see that much of a kind of domination from one team in a series. But I think both teams. He gets it away, but the pressure's still on. Ryan's got the ball, but he plays it away from Panda. Panda onto Clarky, and Cork ends up cutting it out.
All right, well, we're at well over a minute of overtime, and Dominion are yet to have a shot on net. They've not had a shot in this overtime. They just keep absorbing pressure without finding any of their own. Harvey going for a bump play, completely misses the player, but they at least have something going now. Sko, though, Harvey, this is going to fall straight down. He doesn't get the read. He might have done better to just leave it for Panda, who was coming in behind him. And the first opportunity we've seen in an age from Dominion, they might finally have turned the tides here.
Captain Cork, he's been a little bit whiffy this series. I've seen quite a few little mistakes, but Nox are able to kind of, maybe it's something he does a lot. They know when it's coming. Clocky.
Oh.
Captain Cork misses again, but Harvey misses. And it keeps the game tied up 2 minutes into this OT. And it's really looking like Dominion are building something.
Well, that's the sort of play. If Dominion go on to lose this, Harvey, every time he is on the brink of falling asleep tonight, is going to be shocked awake, remembering that opportunity there. It was right in front of the net, beautifully set up and completely whiffed it. But they are looking better here. They're having more opportunities. And by that, I mean they're not just defending their own goal line. They have to do it now, though. And they do it once more. And geez, we've had another half game of Rocket League here. And you were talking about the high-scoring affairs. And we saw it in the first game. But yeah, 2 goals apiece. It is hard out there to score.
The tension, the pressure in this overtime is immense. Both teams with multiple opportunities, and as we tick into the 3rd minute of overtime, Dominion are still struggling to get it out of their back line.
16 shots on the Dominion net. 6 from Dominion, but they've both got 2 goals. More defending from Dominion needed here. Again, no way through. We're getting as far as the final third, but not over the goal line.
Now this is pressure. This is pressure. We very rarely see these long of an overtime in just Rocket League in general, let alone in such a high stakes event. But there's a lot of money on the line here for these players, and you can see from both of them that none of them want to lose out and drop into that lower bracket.
None of them there. Oh, Ryan with the miss sets up Clarkey. Clarkey does well. That's high in front of the net. Panda's going. So is Captain Quark. It's into the blue corner, but for how long? It is now cleared away. And as we have seen, as this overtime has developed, one side, then the other.
Yeah, it's a match of ping pong. A match of ping pong. It's going back and forth. Both teams have some very defensive plays, but hardly able to keep that one out. Ryan plays it over the top, but Clarkey's able to clear, and the pressure just builds and builds on both sides at the moment.
Well, Dominion and Abyss had a long overtime as well, and you feel now, as it's a full additional game of Rocket League, 5 minutes, you feel it's going to come down to a mistake. There's a mistake. There's another one, but Captain Quark in the right place to tidy up. That could have been a disastrous end for Nox. We would have been in game 5, but play continues.
They've left the elite player back on his own. Panda going for the bump, but he's not able to get it out quick enough, and SK kind of holding it in the corner here, but Quark plays it away, but Panda's there to put it into the corner. I think that's all the teams are trying to do now, is just if there's too much pressure, get it in the corner. There's nothing to worry about, and I think both teams are doing an exceptional job. As we go over, another entire extra game of Rocket League has now been played, and they still are on this golden goal.
And Panda being very risky there, 3rd man with both his teammates on the goal line of Nox. Panda went up for a shot. It worked out okay. They weren't punished, but incredibly risky. Little player pass now infield. Clarkey can't quite get the angle on it, but he does keep it there or thereabouts. Here comes Harvey. Captain Quark with the clear.
Getting into this much of an overtime, it's always really, you think about the mentals that are going through these players' heads. No one wants to lose it this far into the game. Both teams fighting so hard, and I think genuinely, there we go! Captain Quark, he scores 6 minutes and 1 second into overtime, and they take the series 3-1. My prediction comes through, and as we see, obviously can't see on the stream, but the chat blows up with Nox's celebrations as the Dominion team leave us to head down to the lower bracket. But what a game! What a game!
That was a great game. I mean, that was we effectively had a 5-gamer, right? Just given the amount of time that was played in that last overtime. And man, oh man, disappointment for Dominion. But what a fantastic game of Rocket League! Incredibly entertaining. And Ryan's got to be feeling pretty pleased with himself. He's being drafted into work and doing a good job. So your prediction's right, Chebs, and I did notice you wasted no time in pointing that out. So well done to you. But who's your MVP out of Nox?
I really don't know. I think just for subbing up from Elite and pulling off an absolute masterclass in Master, ended up doing really well. I think I have to say personally, I think Brian deserves it, but as we can see on the graphic now, Sko or SK, he takes the MVP, which I think is deserved in the grand scheme of things.
It was an interesting series from that point of view, because for me on the other side, there was kind of Panda and Harvey were the two players for me in contention for MVP if they had gone on to win. In this one, and for me, it's always a good sign when you can't pinpoint one specific player. To me, that indicates everybody's playing their part, doing their job, and they're finding each other and so on. But yeah, Sko coming out MVP, and well done. The number one team take the upper bracket, and Dominion will have to go fight once more in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Nox have done really, really well to win that, especially playing under the pressure that they did, with obviously having an elite sub up, playing, I assume, without a warm-up game, because they had to come straight in it with a player that wasn't expected to be playing. But yeah, really, I think they've done really, really well. The Dutch Demons taking the MVP, and we're very quickly going to have to be moving on. Only 5 minutes till the second game here on this stream.
All right. Yeah. So well, get on with it, Jebs. Wrap this up. Another game coming up.
All right. So we're moving on here on the A stream. We're moving on, I believe, to the upper quarters. I'm not really. I'm really not sure. But I'm here. I'm staying here. Danny Boy will be joining me very shortly, so we say goodbye to Greybeard for now. And yeah, what a series of game.
Good stuff. Well done.
When we collide, no one walks away.
The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. So many times I've forgiven you in my mind. My dreams keep haunting me. I get no sleep. I keep thinking I'm in too deep. The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. I keep thinking that I won't survive, but my body won't let me drown. Still my mind is falling down. Why you lovers cry when they're apart, and they risk their lives just to spend nothing. And I feel next to my body. Can we both freeze this moment in time? And I see
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RSC EU A stream here, looking at the Master Playoffs. I am Chebs, joined by the lovely Danny Boy.
I'm confused here. Lovely? I don't think so there, Chebs. I'm the slightest on that.
I'm trying to be nice to you, Ben. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's alright. I often don't get kind words here. It's usually always insults. But pleasure to be alongside you. And first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Just had a lovely cast with Mr. Greybeard, the legend himself, and we're here looking at the lower bracket. We're looking at Infinity versus Dogon today. Dogon just dropping down from the upper bracket after a 3-1 loss to the reigning champions Drauga, and playing against them Infinity, the team that have made an entire lower bracket run from lower play-in round 1 all the way along here, 3 wins into the lower quarterfinals, and they're looking strong. If they can keep beating these teams that are dropping down from the upper bracket, they must be doing something right.
Certainly so, picking them off one by one, and of course Transit and Dominion is on the B stream. That is of course the other lower match that is happening as well too, which could be an interesting affair there. We could sit there and sort of take the scalp and find out which way it will be going. But we might as well look a bit to the actual team statistics and the players breakdown, because this one actually has a few tails here, because Infinity, I would say, would be fair to say here, that lower bracket run, you do not get a side that does it, never gets it that far. Today we might see a side reach the likes of the lower final, which might actually be longest run in an RCS I should say, in terms of here.
Yeah, it's always really cool to see these teams kind of run it through the lower bracket, and a team finishing 5th overall in league play, pushing all the way to play against the team that finished 1st in league play. It's always really cool to see. And here, looking at the player stats, the players we are here to look at today, players looking strong in the last few games. Definitely looking at Mr. Mimical, played absolutely amazingly in the game I watched yesterday when he played. Both games I watched yesterday when he played. NC as well, coming through with an MVP in those series. And that's just it for Infinity. But looking over at the Shaman side, Flo and Jazz, well-known teammates who play amazingly together, as they've proved, going top of their group. And Bossy Lasse, the Swedish man, looking at the round the team out, looking very strong.
Well, certainly so, and of course being slightly corrected as well, the lower final was previously read by somebody else. Again, it just shows you where that push will come to. But again, you talk about those players, and rightly so. I think it'd be fair to say we might as well actually lead to predictions as well, because do you know what? This one has its flavours. I've got a reason which is surprising for predictions, because I normally don't care. I still actually don't care, but we'll hear where your field is lying at the moment.
Oh, I'm always happy for the lower bracket, the underdogs to come through. I'm going to go with a 3-2 to Infinity. I think Dogon, in theory, are the better team, but I think that Infinity will come through with the passion, with the aggression that we like to see from these lower bracket underdog teams, and hopefully take this one all the way to Game 5 and edge it out in the end.
Well, I had Infinity 3-0. The reason why is we've got the GM after the next match here in the lower side of the bracket here, so I'm looking forward to another GM getting extremely nervous like B-Shake was with Temple, and you know what, that was a pleasure listening to that one. So without further delay, we do have a match here.
Well, let's get the teams going, get us into Game 1, and see how this game really unfolds. Obviously we have Stingray in the chat as always. He's almost always here, the GM of Green Phoenix. He's always ready to watch, and we have a few problems with players joining, but we're ready to go. And yeah, I think both teams will come out fighting in this one. Obviously Infinity and Dogon both playing like literally this hour just before. Both teams, Infinity winning, but Flo showing none of that losing importance. Scoring the first goal in this series and putting the first place finishers, Dogon, in the driving seat.
Nice early leads. Infinity, as Chevs was saying there, the importance, the run itself here, that momentum, they've gathered the steam here. It's a case of who will actually sort of stop them as well, because the predictions had a few particular sides here. Infinity was likes of Arch's prediction, had them going through today, are far and deep. Well, that's a separate matter. That ball pinged across the box here, and well, eventually we might see another goal here. It shall be saved. No, it won't be.
NC unable to keep that one out. He ends up kind of backwards in the end and not able to loop it up onto the crossbar. Not enough power, and accidentally ends up in his net. But yeah, Dogon looking very strong. 30 seconds into the game, 2-0. And it's all for Infinity to do.
Certainly so. And that one will be another quick play into it. And Jorgen's done well here. Another play into the middle, and that one's a bit sloppy in the grand scheme of things. And I think that it must be, sort of like said, there is that sort of upper bracket grand scheme of things. And well, you were casting it with Greybeard earlier here, and it was sort of sweep city, because there was 4 matches, 2 off stream here, and it was pretty much here one side of affairs in terms of most of them. Is this going to play a much of a factor here?
I mean, we'll see. Time will tell, but I think Dogon have definitely come out fighting, and Infinity haven't really. They're looking a bit confused. This is probably the quickest team so far they've played, and maybe too quick for them. But obviously they'll kind of adapt and overcome, and we'll see what happens.
Nice play out into it here. Boss is there with a potential clear down the line. That's our 2-0 has set the tone quite nicely. Infinity as an option into the middle here. Nothing to be found here. Flo has just fairly hit it 2 times consecutively here, able to maybe cause a few problems and eventually tipped away.
That was close, ended up being saved by his own teammate, but it's definitely more, and there's that going in, but Mimic was able to get back. Almost an own goal there from NC, but the team able to keep it away. But I think it might just be nerves coming this far into the tournament. Flo with a shot saved by Mimical, but it might just be nerves going through in. Does that it's come off the post?
Well, thankfully we don't see much coming through, but maybe a postman Pat might be able to deliver a shot into that net here. We've been far from it here. A drop right to Flo here, maybe a double, whipped away here. You said about nerves here. You've gone this far, this deep into the competition itself here. They would like to at least get something on the board here.
Yeah, especially with some of the predictions that were coming through. I think Infinity have got a lot of pressure on them to try and push further in this competition. But Dogon finishing first, they don't want to be knocked out this early. Finishing obviously first in their league play, kind of predicting them to finish first, maybe second overall if they're able to finish first in their group. But coming straight out in the quarterfinals wouldn't be where they want to end up.
Certainly not here. We'll have to look at the facts on the table, and they have a lot to do here. Still under the 2 minutes of game 1 in regulation here, trailing by, of course, that 2 goals here. Quick little play here. Fowers a shot in, and it has been tipped away there, potentially with his own man. And Flo tries to slow it down here. Nearly beaten Boss this time around here, and just like that, the first real opportunity goes away for them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a lot in the series I was just casting with Greybeard. There was a lot of third man overcommits, and I think that might be something to do with nerves, because you don't usually see that from this high of players in the 1700, 1800, 1900 range. But yeah, it must be up to nerves is where these kind of overcommits and mistakes are coming from. But so far, both teams are kind of settling into the series.
Well, since that sort of 2-goal margin, both sides really haven't looked likely to score here. Jorgen has been a few attempts here, yes, obviously close, but haven't put it away. And that there is shown, at least to a certain extent here, they're not comfortable, but yes, settling in correctly so. But hard game 2, 3, and maybe 4 presents itself. Might be a question here, but there has been one on the board at least.
Yeah. NC with a lovely little pass over to Jerku, but they they're still looking a little bit confused. That shot from Flo, like about 30 seconds ago, where he was pretty much given an open net because all three of them overcommitted on the ball. And I think Infinity will be lucky to kind of get away with this goal. And if they're able to push any further, lovely bump from Bosse on NC, but Mimical's able to keep the ball. And with 15 seconds left, it's looking unlikely that this game could go anywhere else.
I plainly agree with you. As this ball looking for goal number 3, it has done so. So pretty much Shogun takes game 1. There's very little say. There is 6 seconds left here. Infinity, we've been hyping them up. We've been talking about them quite a fair bit, but it's Shogun that's really taking the centre stage here.
Yeah, Dogan looking very, very comfortable, I think. They've obviously they've scored 3 goals. They've had more shots by a decent way, 11 shots to 6 at the moment. And yeah, they're looking a lot more comfortable compared to Infinity.
They have done so, and I think we might need to slightly focus our attention on the flow here. A hat-trick by him, as 2 teammates effectively assisting in the plays as well too. You talk about maybe sometimes players stepping up to the plate and maybe being that sort of catalyst moving across here. You have to give credit to Flo after dropping down here. That's the ideal response you want.
Yeah, it's always the best way. You've got to keep the mentals there. Got to keep flowing, and Dogon are definitely taking it in their stride. They've lost against Drauga. They're obviously Drauga finished first in their division as well, and or did they finish? I believe finished first in their division. Reigning champions. They end up losing there, but dropping down into the lower bracket. But they've taken it in their stride. They've taken this first game. They're looking very confident. And it's all on Infinity, really, to keep that kind of lower bracket momentum going.
Well, whether they were previous champions first or not here, that's the past here. And they might rely on that experience to maybe drag them through. But here we are in this current situation. They are 1-0 up here. And we just had a brief look at the B stream as well. And, well, they can't be sorted between the two over there. They're still in game 1, and it has started OT there, so all the sides on the lower side of the bracket here, they're fighting for it. They want to show what they've got here. Let's see what Infinity brings us in game 2.
Yeah, it's still all to play for, but it's definitely in Infinity's right idea to kind of get this first game going and trying to push some more pressure onto Dogan, which they didn't really cause in game 1.
Nice touch here, and there will be a potential play into the middle here, and that one a bit too loose to grab onto things here. At least there's one element here. We haven't seen a quick goal here by Jorgen. We saw that earlier. This time it's being met, and pretty much here, if they can keep this sort of opening minute goalless, we might have a bit more hope for them.
Yeah, definitely. I think Infinity just need to kind of settle. Obviously, they had less shots than Dogon, but if they're able to just kind of keep those shots out and keep some pressure up, we can definitely see them kind of pushing their way back into this series. But I think Dogon will definitely try and keep Infinity down on the ground, get some early goals going, and try and push them away.
Bump there. We'll be forcing this one upfield here. Another secondary touch would be ideal if it gets into the middle here. We could have a threat, and that's a fabulous goal.
Yeah, beautiful from Mimical. NC with a lovely pass. The two MVPs in the lower bracket linking up for a lovely goal, and that puts them ahead. Can they keep it?
Certainly so, and don't want to maybe harp on to this, but I just saw your head nodding with that sort of stamp of approval. What a fabulous play that is, just to get into the middle. What that will do for the confidence here for Infinity's sake.
Yeah, both really. There was a lovely goal, and I think it's all to do with mentals. I think this game really. I think both teams are up for it. They're both Infinity and Dogon are both of them are kind of seen as the teams people want to win. Obviously finishing first, one team finishing first and one team being this lower bracket underdog, and I think neither team really wants to go out this way, and I think that'll do loads for Infinity going into game for the rest of this game, I'm going further into the series.
Hopefully it will blossom to something beautiful, but unfortunately for their sake, they have not let the grip go here, and that might do Jorgen some problems here. As Flo struggling this time around. We were praising the, if you want to call it, MVP-like performance in game 1 here. 3 goals, it was almost Stinger-like in terms of killing the opposition's momentum here. That's goal number 2, and you just sense here things are getting off.
Yeah, Flo in the end kind of being the mistake. Not a great clearance from him, but some would say Boselasse should have probably done better with the kind of defense. With Mimico able to just flick it over him and get a pretty easy goal in the end. And is that a kickoff goal? That's 3 goals unanswered now, and they go 3 goals ahead with still half a game to play. So it could be anyone's, but that'll definitely bring confidence up, and definitely Infinity are in the driving seat now.
Fabulous. What you certainly needed, what you were hoping to execute after losing the last one 3-1 here. Another quick play from kickoff, and Jorgen will see if they can have that resilience to come back into type of games here, and that's what the Master Tier needs here. And Challenger Rival had a few attempts, but nobody has had that deep run, at least this season, properly. Infinity looking to do it here at least tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of all eyes on them at the moment in the Master Tier, I think, and I think everyone loves an underdog story, and Infinity are those ones that you can root for.
I don't like them.
Well, everyone apart from you then, Danny.
Yeah. Much easier. It was 3-0 sweeps across the board. It would have been an early night here. They're making everybody work for it, seems, as Jazz with one touch into the middle here and nothing to really gloat or bang on about here. So pretty much here, I think we are in the sort of the slowings down at this second game stage at the current juncture time.
Yeah, I think both teams are kind of slowing the pace of the series down. Jerku with a pinch save with NC in the end, and yeah, I think both teams are kind of slowing this series down now compared to the kind of chaos we saw in game 1, where it was kind of both teams are flinging themselves at the ball to try and get some goals. And I think that kind of the slow play style suits Infinity as they are 3-0 up. Posse unable to put that one in, but yeah, I mean, I think being the kind of lower team, they've obviously, you'd think they're the slower paced team is what you'd assume, and I think that's why this is kind of suiting them at the moment.
I agree with your analysis, and so far it has been. Under the minute that we've been here, about 30-40 seconds has just went by. Not much has occurred here, but we can talk about some pretty much see ball, hit ball, and keep it away type situation. One real shot that arguably could have been threatening here, so plenty of time here for both sides here just to sense here. But I'm going to ask you this one, where's game 3 going here, because it doesn't seem like an obvious type here back and forth. It's been pretty much one-sided games here by both accounts.
I think it really depends on the speed that Dogon come out with. I think if they keep this kind of slow waiting for the ball play style, Infinity are looking really strong in that position, and I think I can see them keep on going. But if they come out all guns blazing, throw in the kitchen sink at them, as we like to say, I think this game could go really either way. Infinity with more shots that game compared to the first one, obviously, with the three goals, but Dogon, yeah, they didn't do anything that aggressive. There was no real aggressive shots, nothing that we were like, ooh, that should have gone in. It was just a bit kind of all over the place in the end.
And as you say about that sort of type of aggression, we didn't see it even being out on to the pitch itself in terms of trying to close it down. Usually it was pretty much Infinity was allowed to do what they wanted to. There was times when Jorgen had the ability to attack. In the last sort of minute, there was one passing play shot, but was banged right at the keeper at the heart of the net here. You don't expect that at the Master Tier. It has to be something at least a layered and gives a bit more here. And both sides arguably guilty of not giving it all right now.
Yeah, in this Master Tier, the players have such good control and speed that if you don't have a bit of creativity on your shots, or force an error, they're going to save pretty much anything that you throw at them. And I think so far, Infinity are doing really well to kind of capitalize on the small mistakes that Dogon are making.
No mistakes really there other than nobody attacking it. Flows are stealing the 100 boost here, so perhaps we might see Dogon back at it again here, tipped away here. Could be 1-2 types of punches here, and it will be whipped down into the middle here. That's a fabulous redirect.
Just as we talk about having a bit of swaz on your goals, Jerku with a lovely redirect with his wheels to get a nice little soft touch to play it round to the defender. It's a beautiful goal from Jerku to put them 1-0 up and keep that pressure, keep attacking here on the Dogon side, and Infinity really looking strong out of the gate.
Incredible. That's what they needed to do here, Infinity, to gather that sort of grip into the series here. What Dogon failed to do from game 1, cut out there. Flo will be the likely one to be onto the ball here. To the ceiling it shall go. Pass 1, maybe pass 2. It will be tipped away here, but unfortunately it's not over yet.
Yeah, well, Infinity, every game they played here in this playoff bracket has been a be-all and end-all. If they lose, they're out. This is Dogon's first time feeling that in this entire playoffs. Obviously losing in the upper bracket just before this. We saw it with Abyss against Infinity in the game just before this, obviously not on stream, but Abyss dropping down from the upper bracket after a really solid performance against Dominion yesterday. They ended up dropping down into the lower bracket after losing 3-2, but Infinity said, "We don't care you're in the upper bracket. We're gonna sweep you and take on Dogon in the next round." And I think Infinity have the mindset they need that this is everything. We've got to put everything on the line, whereas Dogon haven't really experienced that. Mimical with a lovely shot. Jazz tries to keep it away, gets the save, but ends up putting it in off his own car. And that's definitely not, from Dogon's point of view, what they want to be doing in the series.
Certainly not. They'll be crying in their sleeps knowing that one. Painfully, just watching it off your own car and it tips on in the way it has done. That 2-0 advantage now looking even better, but you said this so elegantly well here. Infinity's not the type there to give up. They've shown tenacity all the way through it here. Another particular ball being thrown on target, at least in the box sake of the play. But look, Infinity, when they're on form here, they are a treat to watch here. As that ball tipped into the corner, and for the first time since that, or 2 goals here, Dogon actually saw the shade of their opposition counterparts.
Yeah, here we go. They're able to do it. That was so close. I think Mimical being caught off guard with the post bounce. Jerku missing in the end, and Mimical just kind of in no man's land. Flo going for the bump, not being able to get it, but he didn't need it either way. Boss is able to put it in and bring it just down to a 1 goal. I think that's more what we need to see from Dogon, the aggressive plays. I think that one small mistake from Jerku led to a goal, and I think that's Dogon. That's all Dogon can do, and Infinity aren't really giving too many of those mistakes away. So that's why we see the scoreline we see so far.
Exactly, and you just only have to look at the previous game where Flo was the start of the domino effect of that original mistake, and everything slightly ran across here. We've been talking about the speed. Jebs has been mentioning correctly so here. The speed suits Dogon when they're on to it. Infinity slowing it down when they can. Of course, it was naturally at that pace, but it is 2-2. Things might be heating up here.
Here we go, the momentum's on its way. Flo trying to go for the double, but gets bumped away by NC. But what they don't see is Jazz flying in from the right-hand side, putting it in that top corner, away from Jerku going from the squishy save. He's not able to get there, and they tie the game up. They're looking really strong. NC here, though. He's time to get there, but Mimical does. They go straight back into the lead. They're having absolutely none of it. Mimical taking the lead yet again.
I wonder, was there an argument on which one was going to score that there?
I think they both knew it was going in, so they both went for it either way, but who knows?
Well, doesn't matter. 3-2 is the only thing they'll be caring about. They have got the goal back into the lead here. They were quite comfortably leading 2-0. Now they are very much nervous with that 1-goal margin. 1 minute 30 still on the clock here, and it will be a midfield battle here, somewhat developing, and that will be a shot. Well, 2 goals back and stored.
Mimical looking for revenge after those 2 quick goals from Dogon, scoring 2 himself and taking it to a 2-goal lead yet again.
Didn't last long. 2 minutes and 2 seconds to 1 minute 28. Barely a minute gone by here, and a 2-goal margin has been re-established here as Jazz runs all the way back here into the midfield. It's Flo, tips it large and wide here, 70 odd seconds now, and suddenly you just got to ask yourself, Jogan, what do you have here to throw? Because you said it about the creativity, we haven't seen it really play much of a fact here.
Here comes Jazz though for the double, he gets it. You mentioned the creativity, they come straight through with, for Master Tier, a pretty conventional double, but lovely to watch either way. And yeah, they've got to keep more of that going, the creativity, the more aggressive plays to get back into this game and get some more momentum going in their favour. But yeah, that's more like it from Dogan.
Oh, double touch. That is basic by their standards, but such a big play on itself here, and Flo can only watch that one. Mimical with another goal added to Infinity's counter, and this might just be the tale of this particular series.
That's Flo getting a slightly too greedy, pushing that tiny bit too far up as the 3rd man on the side, and he's able to play it over the top, and he can't get back. He's not quick enough, just because of the pure speed Mimical put on that shot. And there we go, back to the 2-goal lead, and he's looking. They're looking to keep it going.
Can you blame them? Can you blame them? We wanted a bit of creativity. We had a potential double. Ended up near a pass into a goal. Another quick sharing shot here, and whoopsie, we have a problem.
Jerku going for the pre-flip on it. Was that even going in? It might have been, I'm not sure. Can't see, it was either post or almost post. But yeah, they bring it back to 1. Both teams have been in this situation before, and Infinity seem to be the ones that keep on coming out of it alive, but they're definitely going to pile on the pressure for this last bit of this 3rd game.
There's another play down to the wing. Is this the pressure? Well, there is a net being exposed here. Strong 50 would be ideal. That hasn't occurred. And Flo, 1 shot here, but slightly too high. Is the touch good enough? No, it is not. Infinity will take a match point with that win.
Now that was chaos. Those last few seconds, sorry. My goodness. Dogon so close to equalising in that last 20-30 seconds. And my goodness, Infinity keeping the run going. Match point here against 1st place in Glacies. And they're looking really strong. Here we have Dogon taking their tactical timeout. And obviously we now get a lovely, 2-minute wait while we wait for them to take their lovely 2-minute wait while they make some conversation, talk about what's going wrong, see what they can do, and to be honest, I think they just need to play their game and keep speed and aggression up, and I don't see why they're not scoring.
Well, with that being occurred there, and I've been fairly good here, and I'm going to slightly call out here because I don't personally like this. If it helps the player, fair enough. Minigal is in chat after one of the teams is called a timeout. Either that's gutsy or foolish. I would say foolish, to be honest with you. Why are you listening to the broadcast? You should be listening to your team during the timeout here.
Mimical just loves your beautiful voice, Danny. That's what it is.
We know that's not true, and everybody in this particular community can't stand me. So do you know what? Fair play to you, but shall we try to break down here, because we have got about a minute plus here to talk about either Infinity or Dogan. I'll let you pick which one.
I think we've got to be talking about Infinity, the team coming through the lower bracket. They're looking really strong when the game slows down. They're looking very aggressive. I think it's all on Dogan now to just kind of push forwards into this series. I think on paper they're the better team. They finished better in league play, but I think Infinity are just doing everything right to tackle what Dogan are doing, and yeah, it just keeps going.
Well, it certainly keep going here, and you know what? It has been a reasonable performance here, and yes, I have to keep going. I think the timeout's would be actually the right decision by Dogan to slightly quench Infinity in terms of what they've been trying to do here. But I'm not saying here, and I'm going to ask you a point question. I know we're going to be following the winner of this particular match here. What does Infinity need to do here to consider this as a good run here? Because everybody's been talking about their predictions and their league play performance here. What's the expectation? Because I'm trying to work out where this should be here today.
Well, obviously, all teams will want to keep going and push forwards in this series, in this playoff bracket. But I think all of the teams are looking like really strong that are left in the playoffs. But Infinity, I think, getting as far as they got is really, really impressive for a team that finished fifth in their standings, and obviously 9th, 10th overall. But yeah, I think they're looking incredibly strong, and NC instantly
Hold on. Float's not moving. Why are they not calling this? There should be a stop here.
Oh. Yeah, they're gone.
Right, the players leave.
There
That's a remake.
That is a remake. That was always fun.
Can I apologise for slightly cutting you there while speaking there? I didn't mean it, but I wanted to mention that Flo wasn't moving for the simple fact we already had one series that had a technical issue. This could get ugly if it wasn't mentioned here. So the fact that Flo's not moving, that's a problem here.
Yeah, well, they obviously, if it is a big issue, they do get there is a 5-minute technical timeout. But hopefully we see Flo rejoining. It might have just been a slight disconnect of maybe a controller or something, but we'll see soon when they rejoin. And yeah, I think it's always a something scary to see in these kind of games.
Well, it certainly is. The lobby has been recreated. We are waiting for one team to rejoin back into it. We are actually trying to work out whether Dogan is still around here. So there is a timeout. I don't think it's technically activated right now because we're trying to work it out within the rules of this. So, James, this is one of those situations here where Dogan has actually apparently got a longer timeout here, whether they want it or not.
Yeah, I mean, it will be. I assume this has come down to just maybe an internet issue or a game issue, but obviously they do get 5 minutes to sort it out. I'm sure they'll be back very soon, but we can continue our chats about this series. But this time we can look at Dogan, seeing as we were talking about Infinity before, finishing first in their conference in league play, which means they got the bye through the first round and ended up playing against Drauga, who finished second in their division. Sometimes, in my opinion, that bye is a bit of a problem because it means that you have no experience playing in playoffs at that point. So they get thrown straight into a team that's already been playing in playoffs, and obviously, as we've seen here from Dogon, they've crumbled, dropped into the lower bracket, and are now looking at the drop.
Well, they are in that situation. I do want to say that Nox did have the upper side of it, and just to update as well, we are still waiting for Dogon. There has been a game issue. They are trying to sort that out. So there will be a natural delay on this here, just in case anybody update. We are getting the information and you are getting it at the same time as well. By the looks of it, they have rejoined. and we might have this series coming back soon.
Yeah, we're waiting for Infinity to rejoin after kind of backing out, just to go into free play while they're waiting, because you never know how long that period will be. But here we go. Both teams back in the lobby. We are ready to go into this game 4. And it's still all to play for, but Infinity looking like the stronger team so far. And it's we're ready to see what happens.
It's a shame, because I was hoping for a bit more time to talk about Jogan there, because we could go a bit deeper into it, but thankfully all the issues have been resolved, and this will be more of a test for both sides here. How good are you at restarting? That was about, what, 3-4 minutes of a delay here. That's long enough here where the mechanics might just marginally just feel a little bit off.
I think that's why Infinity ended up they did back out during that during the technical timeout, because obviously if you're sitting there for 4 or 5 minutes, you're always kind of you're itching to get going, and they wanted to just keep the speed going, keep the play going, so they backed out to keep that going. But yeah, I think both teams are going to have to adapt to what comes with that much of a timeout.
Oh, what needs to also be stated, Infinity led the last game at 2-0. It went back and forth to 5-4 there, so they had that sort of swing of momentum here, so rightly going into free play to keep it a bit warm here. But I think it'd be fair to say, Tips, that both sides here are returning back to what Game 2's opening was before those 2 goals went in quick concession here. Very slightly not ideal.
I think Dogan are doing what I was kind of talking about. The pace seems to be picking up a bit, but NC is having none of it.
Not having it, not wanting it. My words. That goal came out of nowhere, basically. What should have been a comfortable clearance, but incredible block here. Dogan, I think they should have took the full time at what was available here, because this one might be an ugly scrap of the game here.
Yeah, really well played from NC though, to have the speed to beat both of the Dogon players to the ball. Obviously Flo not able to control it off the backboard. It's not the first time we've seen Flo not be able to control it off the backboard. And NC again!
He does it again. What a player he seems to be shaping up here in the playoffs itself here. The keeper made his life so much more easier. And you know what? If the third goal's by Infinity, I'll be brave enough to call it that's game, set and match.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with 3.5 minutes you can never call where this is going, but it's a really, really strong way to come out of a tactical and technical timeout in the favour of Dogan, to just fight straight back at them. And obviously Dogan taking that timeout to try and help themselves, but as it stands so far, it looks like it might be helping Infinity as they score the third.
Well, I said if the third goes in, I'll call it. This game's done. Dogan are out. There might still be 2 minutes 56 on the clock, but I'll tell you this, there is not a chance they're coming back.
Infinity are looking so strong. Even after missing the cheat, he goes straight for the bump, and then they just got to keep it going. I think they're looking really comfortable against this Dogon side. Dogon don't know what to do to combat it, and yeah, I might have to agree with you.
Can you say that again, because I don't hear it that often? Oh, well, the viewers at home and in their Dogan's Discord in disbelief with a statement like that, but they've conceded a fourth one, a hat-trick by NC. What started at a promising chance here turns to turmoil.
Beautiful play from NC to get his hat-trick and put them even further and further in front. And yeah, as we literally just mentioned, this must be it at this point.
And I wouldn't mind it. The opening game here, Dogan won 3-1. There was the last second goal, effectively, the last minute goal. And you looked at it and you just thought, Joe, what, Infinity, is this the end of the road? Have they ran out of steam? far from it here after 4 games deep into it. 4-0 up in the last one as well too. They are looking very strong here.
I think every team takes that bit of time to adapt to the players they're playing against. And I think that's what we saw here in game 1 with Dogon coming out again after playing against quite a quick Drauga team. I think they're able to kind of take the speed to Infinity, who weren't able to keep up. But then obviously Infinity are able to adapt to that playstyle and push back on them, and getting that 1 goal, hopefully for momentum in that first game, which was then pushed on to secure pretty much confirmed 3 games here now.
Well, speaking about the word momentum, as the 5th one runs on in, Transcend has beaten Dominion 3-1 on the B stream. That's confirmed as well. So Infinity will know who their opposition are in a 1 minute and 10, officially speaking. And my word here, this might be slightly cooking up in the lower side of the bracket tonight.
Yeah, well, this is what I always like to say with the teams coming down from the upper bracket. They're always not ready for that final push in the lower bracket. But Infinity, that's all they've known. That's all they've been doing. They've been in this lower bracket the whole time, and maybe that's one as a consolation for Dogan to take home with them. But yeah, Infinity, that's all they've known is this lower bracket. Same with I believe Transcend, but they both teams have kind of just been knocked straight out from upper bracket down to lower bracket and straight out.
The fact that this is how things has ended up just shows you that both sides had a few things to prove. Infinity versus Transcend, that will be certainly an interesting affair when that potentially gets developed here. Might be slightly ahead of myself, but you know what? 50 seconds turned down to 30 after that last goal. Infinity, they played extremely well here today.
Yeah, well, obviously people who are wanting to see that game get to follow me and Danny over onto the B stream in the coming minutes, but obviously let's not get too ahead. Still 15 seconds of this game left, but Infinity very, very comfortably taking the win in this one.
Well, it's a bit of a shame it's not going to be on the A stream, but they will be having a treat on that regards here, as that ball, well, eventually will hit the ground here. Juggernaut is the upper side of the match. That's what you will be treated to here. But Infinity are now confirmed winners of this Transcend. As we said, that will be the B stream. We will have plenty of time to talk about that particular series over there. But what a series this has been.
Yeah, what a game, what a game. I think Infinity looking incredibly strong. But obviously I haven't seen Transcend. They've had 2 very hard games, one against Iovi, one against Dominion, which they've been able to come out as champions in. Transcend also coming from the play-in lower bracket. So here in the top 4 teams left in the tournament, we have 2 teams that have finished outside of the top 6 overall. And it's always lovely to see those lower bracket teams pushing through. Looking here at the series MVP Mimical, I think fully deserved.
I have to agree with you, and I would say maybe NC had the number of goals that he did have there in the last game, but Mimical played quite well, so deservedly so in the MVP. I would normally disagree with it, but anyways, that's your MVP. That's the statistics of it. And you know what? It's about give or take 10 odd minutes before the upper bracket here on the stream, so we're going to clear off. If you want us, we're on the B stream. Links down below. If not, it'll be in the chat. We'll see you on the other side of there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess it's still the afternoon, maybe the evening. But either way, we are back. We are here with, I believe, this is the upper finals or semi-finals. I can't quite remember. But either way, I'm joined here today by the magnificent Hecky. How are you today?
Hello guys, hello chat. How are we? I'm doing well, Mal. How are you?
I'm doing okay. It's a bit of a warm day outside, but
Yeah.
something else that's really been heating up has been some of these incredible matches we've had coming off. I believe thank you. On the A stream we just had Infinity versus I can't remember who now. I want to say Disorder, but it wasn't Disorder, I don't think. But whoever it was, they lost, and in spectacular fashion with just complete. Like the defense dropped. I think we have it up on the screen now. It was Infinity versus Dogon. Sorry, not Dominion. They were on the other half. But simultaneously to this match of Draugr versus Nox, the upper final, we also have on the B stream the lower final of Transcend versus Infinity. So, do you want to watch those matches? Yeah, it's hopefully going to be a good one on both streams.
Well, this is the better stream, so stick with us.
Yeah, this is the stream with us. It's just different levels of casting. They had to put Danny on the B stream and Chebs. Actually, they were both casting on the A stream of the series before, but they made way for us. And look at those stats though: 49 wins on both teams, 23 losses on both teams. They've got the same win rate overall, but it seems like Draugr just concedes less shots in comparison.
Yeah, it looks like some parts favour Draugr, some parts favour Nox, but like the shooting percentage is a little bit higher for Nox. They've also got a few more demos, a lot more saves, but the goals against is obviously going to work against them, but we'll see how it plays out, man.
I'm surprised that you went for a few more demos and a lot more saves when there's 20 more saves and over 150 more demos, it looks like. But
Allow it.
It just depends on how you count lots and little. But over on the plays, I always like to do this when we do it. You can see on the side of DSQ, they have Captain Quark, SK, and Bowler, who seem to be their main players, in my opinion, and I think you'll agree with me. Bowler looking like the star player on their team with just incredible stats all around.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got more than one goal per game, which is quite rare to see. SK isn't too far behind. Vink is just about ahead as well. Captain Quark falling a little bit behind, but if we look over on Draugr, we've got Monkey Mode seems to be their main man, getting more than one goal per game as well.
I don't know whether that's just on mine, but you just became incredibly loud. That was quite scary. But either way, as we jump away from the stats, I believe it is time for us to give our predictions. So I'll let you go first, unless Kendo says he wants me first. I don't know which. Okay, he says either one, so I'll let you go first, Hecky. Who do you predict to win?
Well, Peachy is my boy, so I've got to back him here. It's going to be quite close in sort of like score, but I feel like it's going to be a 3-1 series in favour of Draugr.
Well, you see, I hate to disagree with you.
You love to disagree with me.
I was about to say, I love nothing more than to disagree with you, but I am going to have to go with the team of Nox. They're going to win it 3-1, opposite of yours. They're on fire tonight. I think they had a sub in their first series. They've now replaced that sub and instead have their main roster. And they were winning with their sub, so with their full roster, I don't want to say they're unstoppable, but that is a very good point brought up by Kendo. DSQ aren't actually in the lobby yet, and to at least win the game, you do have to show up onto the field.
So it looks like it's going to be Draugr getting this win then, right? With no opponents to play against.
I mean, the ruling of it is, I believe, 10 minutes late is bad. I can't remember if it's instantly a game forfeit then, but if not, it's every 5 minutes after. Oh, okay, it isn't game instantly lost then if they're more than 10 minutes late. Followed by that, every 5 minutes that they are late after that, it then becomes an extra game loss. I think they are allowed to play 3v2, which would definitely be an interesting way to play playoffs. But I mean, since we're not really getting anywhere with these players not joining the field, anything you want to talk about before we get to the game?
I think we should talk about the players that have just joined the lobby. be
That is
honest.
always good. You know? It is helpful to see them. They must have just been timing that for when I was
Yeah,
saying
they
it.
were watching the stream of it.
But I will check and tell players that they are ready to go. As now we transition across Manfield night, starting match of every series. We're always hoping for that game number 5. Neither of us have predicted it, but let's get this game underway.
Yeah, it's going to be a good series tonight now. We've got some top tier teams, first and second in their conferences, so I think it's going to be an all-out war that we're going to see tonight.
And hopefully, unlike a few of the matches that at least I watched, I haven't watched much of the Master Playoffs, but there has been quite a few misses. As I say that, SK, I don't know, he's down as SK. I'm going to go with SK though. Just misses the shot, and we've seen already that this Nox half. They are on the aggression. They want to get the early goal, but right now, not managing to confirm anything.
Yeah, it's very midfield based at the moment. You can see Monkey Mode go for something here. That bowler's going to shut it down straight away. Now Peachy's going to keep that in the field. Going to be cleared out by Quark. He gets beat out again by Charm. The bowler plays it safe into the corner. Mal, this is exciting stuff.
It is incredibly exciting. Considering how exciting it is, you do sound to be very, I mean, I want to say very Hecky-like, but anyone who hasn't heard you before doesn't know that you just sound Hecky-like.
I am a monotone caster, guys. So I've got Mal here to hype things up.
I just bring in all the screaming, but right now, what isn't happening for any screaming is a goal. Like you said, it was a good goal line save, but still no major goal as it just going back and forth and back and forth. Incredible shots being taken, but none of them being able to be confirmed here.
Yeah, it's looking like a game of table tennis here until now. The Charm with a top of the net banger. Mal, talk us through what just happened.
Well, it was the touch off Peachy. He got it up to that corner. Captain Quark not able to clear it, and Charm with a sniper-like precision. It seems like getting it into that top right corner. With shots like that, I mean, your prediction's looking pretty good, but with 3 minutes 30 remaining, there is still anything in this game right now.
Yeah, we've still got a lot of time. Nox can absolutely pull something out of the bag and change this scoreline. I believe they did that against Dominion, right?
Oh, they've been doing it all night, I'm pretty sure.
Huge. It's your boy and Monkey Mode trying to link up there. Just doesn't work out with the solid defensive Nox.
And I mean, one thing I've seen, at least in some of these master teams, is there seems to be a lot of miscommunications happening tonight. I don't know whether it's just the master teams that I've watched, but there seems to be a lot of double commits and maybe players not pulling out of a play when they should. Right now, both of these teams have been doing an incredible job of rotating around each other and working as a team. Like we've said, the Drauga half, only team with a goal so far in this series. Granted, it's the first game, but we need to see a goal from Nox if they want to come back here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a pretty solid defensive showing. They've let one goal in, but it was a really good shot, so we can't fault them for it. We've just seen a double commit coming out from Drauga there, but Fowler seems to be able to calm everything down, takes it slow with a little boost to work with. Gets the middle square. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that was a good play, nearly worked out for him.
Yeah, and it is. I think that is where everything is going to come down to, is how well can these teams pass. We've seen one goal from the side of Drauga where it was a pass, it was perfectly placed from the player. We need to see more goals like that, I think, to beat out both teams' defence, which so far have been so much on point that, like, there hasn't been any mistakes from what I can see. But as I'm saying that, we see Nox slowly getting closer, and the last player committed there. I think Sko able to get back, and this attack just keeps shifting sides as a fake almost makes it in, and it is getting heated on that is it red half, I think, on the stream right now?
Yes.
I was about to say it's going to be the confusing call, because for us right now it's a blue half, so a bit confusing there. Yeah. So we've been told, yeah, Drauga red, Nox is white. We can't see that, but at least now we'll know it as we get monkey mode. He's off the ceiling. Oh, it was almost by the defenders in a breakaway play here. Nothing super dangerous though, as the ball thrown middle, no one there to properly finish off, and it is just attack after attack right now.
Yeah, I feel like Nox maybe need to look for some disruption, some boost steals, some bumps and demos, just to try and throw Drauga off their pretty solid rotations, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in their stats before, as they are trying to start a bit of attack now. They had a lot more demos, or as you put it, a few more demos, but as I would put it, a lot more demos. with a lot more demos, it shows that it works how they do it. But right now, I think we've seen maybe 2-3 demos.
Yeah,
But then I think it's slightly lower than their average, but it's still a good few demos in a match. But what we haven't seen is any goals being confirmed, except for that one that Drauga got as it gets closer and closer to the final 10 seconds of this match. We see Nox not able to put on any major attack, and I think this could just be it here.
Yeah, it's looking like this is going to be the end of game 1 in favour of Drauga. Solid series, not too many mistakes on either side. But I do feel like Nox needs to try and pull out some of that, offense and demo that they're known for.
And I mean, one thing that is for sure, when we have games on stream, they can seem super close, but still always go one way. And on the other hand, we could have matches like earlier where I think game number 1 of, I think it was Dominion versus Transcend, I want to say off the top of my head, where I think 8 goals were scored in the first game alone. And it's like, there's so many goals being scored that both teams are good at attacking, but not great at defending. Right here, Nox and Drauga, both incredible at offense and at defense. We see there's not many shots making it through, let alone becoming goals in any kind of respect. And I don't know whether you think Nox needs to change anything aside from some interception or interruption plays, but either way, they need to change something here.
Yeah, something needs to change. I'm not too sure what. I'm a bit of a lower rank compared to these guys, but I'm sure they'll know what they need to change, and they can work on it in game 2 as we get it underway.
I mean, to be fair, sometimes that is the view you need. You don't need that higher level of play. You might just need something as simple as saying hit the ball more, or just generally aim it on target, which I don't think is the case for these players here. So you're probably correct with you being slightly too low to say much. I'm not much higher, so I can't say much. But what I can say is Captain Quark trying to take a shot there. Nothing major coming out of it, and it's looking just. I mean, it's only 20 seconds in, but it's looking very similar to that first game already.
Yeah, it's looking like Drauga having a lot more of the pressure again. But here we see Bowler getting done in by Sko. Can't seem to get a good shot out of it. And it's just kind of a dead ball in the middle. Monkey Mode's going to clear it up to Peachy Boy. Gets intercepted by Bowler again. But now Monkey Mode with the open goal. Quark can get back for it though. It's again, Mal, it's back and forth. I'm not really too sure who's going to score the first goal here.
No, and I mean, it's another thing, you mentioned the possession of the ball, which it's a very good stat to generally say which team is being more aggressive, but an important thing to note is that even with a team having not necessarily a majority, but let's say half of the possession of the ball, as Sko gets the first goal for Nox, but as we can see, it's felt like maybe Drauga's had more possession, but Nox currently with the goal. So possession, it's good, but not everything. And what is everything is scoring the goals.
That's true. If you score more than your opponent, you will 100% win a game of Rocket League. That's just fact.
Unless you forfeit the game while ahead.
Yeah, but these guys ain't going to do that.
Hopefully they won't. Let's hope nothing major happens that causes any reason for them to forfeit the match. But right now, closing in on a minute and a half through this match, it is still once again such a close game. I sound like a broken record because of how close this match has been, but both teams have been pummeling each other, taking turns doing it, and right now, with only 10 seconds from that last one, it's felt like an hour, and with a goal like that, it's gonna make it feel even longer if we make it to an overtime here.
Yeah, absolutely. Charm with a beautiful little double touch. Peachy Boy can beat out Quark, and it just goes in perfectly well for them. It looks like the nerves of game 1 have gone away, Marlon. We're seeing a lot more of the teams in their natural sort of playstyles.
That is definitely something that is common for a majority of teams. I think only the highest level of teams tend not to see that thing, but even then you can see some teams crumble under the pressure of, for example, being live on the stream. Usually when it happens. This is why I always say I usually make, or try and make my predictions off what I expect game number 2 to be over game number 1. Because, like you said, the stress and the pressure of game number 1, even if you've already been on stream, can just be enough to throw you off. As a shot thrown towards the red net, it's not gone in, and a mistouch there almost caused disaster for the Nox half. They're keeping it in the Draugr half, but right now nothing major coming of it except for a miss there.
Yeah, and we might see a little attack coming up from Draugr here, but it's shut down quite swiftly by Quark. Peachy Boy's got to get a hit here to make defense, but no. And it goes in from SK. What a shot straight through the defense, threading the needle.
I mean, how did that make it through? I knew Monkey Mode was on the ground. He tried to jump to block it, thinking SK went high. Peachy Boy tried to jump off the backboard, hoping SK went high. SK perfectly placing it into that bottom corner. No defender ready for it. And right now, they're back in the lead.
Yeah, it's looking, I mean, Nox have had a lot more like pressure and charm with a beautiful save, a beautiful play that might finish the goal. Peachy Boy with an insane redirect. Holy.
We see what a save coming out from SCO or SK. They were impressed with the save on the Draugr half, and even more impressive conversion downfield. It is, I mean, obviously they have a lot of respect for each other, shown by them what a saving after an incredible save, and I think the only thing that could make this match better right now is for it to remain equal all the way until we get to an overtime, even as early as game number 2.
Yeah, and we see SCO with the nice calm clearance bowler as well. And they're just making it. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. It's insane! What a top spin banger from Captain Quark to take the lead again. Wow, this is getting intense.
I mean, all I can say is that it's very rare that anyone makes a play that's good enough for you to completely be lost for words. And a shot like that, almost in the top right corner, followed up to get in the top left corner. People are aiming within inches of catching the post and out. And it is showing that even the slightest inaccuracy can cause issues. But what isn't causing issues right now, at least in this game, is that incredible offense from Nox, as they are, I think, 7 shots, and 3 goals compared to 4 shots and 2 goals. It's a lot of shots, a good few goals, but with a slight lead, Nox are poised to take game number 2 with just over a minute left on this clock.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you who's going to win this game right now. It's so even. It's crazy. But a nice demo coming out to break the pressure.
And I mean, it is that pressure that you have just mentioned that can decide games. If you can hold the pressure, no matter how little or how much pressure, at least when you have time, every defense at some point will break under pressure. It is just a matter of time, but time is a luxury that currently Draugr do not have a large amount of. With only 30 seconds left, they still need to get their 3rd goal to equalise to even make it to an overtime to stand the chance of winning the game, let alone even confirm a game number 2 in their favour.
Absolutely. They've got 20 seconds now. It's a fair amount of time. You've got a couple of offences in that amount of time, but we'll see if Peachy Boy can pull something out. And he can! Peachy Boy is carrying this Draugr roster right now.
And it seemed like Bowler, I mean, we both thought good of Bowler here, but a mistake like that, I think catching the side of the post, causing them not to be able to slow down, means that it is now, with 12 seconds left, going to be an equal match. The odds are, unless a kickoff goal is scored right now by either team, we are heading to an overtime as a shot saved by Charm. Goes up, it's a shot, it's on target, saved by Peachy Boy. We've got one last opportunity. It's up in the sky, and they're just going to let it drop, which I think was definitely the correct move there.
Oh my lord, we've got our first overtime of the series, man. This is looking to be an absolutely banger of the series.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get this game, Nox. I don't know how their mentals will recover. If a demo like that is what causes a goal, but a mistake means that they can't manage to confirm on the half of Draugr, and now there's an opening for a counter-attack as a double commit happens there.
Oh my lord, man, there's so much going on, it's insane. Well, here we see Charm and Peachy Boy with a little double commit. What's going to happen here? Monkey Mo's going to let it go into the corner and Charm going to try and take control of the third boost. Manages to get a little 50, but it's still dangerous. The bowler gets it middle to Quark. He gets meet by Peachy Boy. Peachy Boy plays it to the wall against Demo. And Charm with it. Boom, just to break a bit of pressure.
And I think we have seen those demos and bumps coming out from both sides, to be fair, with the demo almost ending this overtime very early. But right now, it is going to be who makes the mistake first or who takes the beautiful shot, and the answer is Sko as he redirects, I believe, the clear from Captain's Quark. Yeah, he got a touch. I don't know how much it affected it. I don't know if that really changed the goal. It was a bit of a change. But what will be affecting something on this match is that mistake coming out from Drauga at the start of this overtime. You don't want to see that happening, especially not in playoffs. They could have been 2-0 up in the series had they managed to confirm that goal that was perfectly in front of the open net. Instead now, series is 1-1. And right now, I mean, it could still go either way.
Yeah, I don't recall the Drauga player which got the demo at the start of the overtime, but they're going to be punching themselves that they didn't just put it into the back of the net.
I want to say Charm.
Yeah, Charm or Monkey Mode, I think it was. But we'll see how Nox, if they can keep up this pressure they've got going on. With Drauga can try and get back into this series. They're not too far behind at the moment. Both of our predictions could still be right. So,
I mean, that is always. It's always something I love to hear, that my prediction could still be correct. I'm always not the most accurate on the predictions because I try to aim to go for the opposite of whoever is with me casting. But as we head across to Sovereign Heights, what I would like to say, I start this out by saying usually when we see close matches, they're either 1-goal games or lots of goals being scored and almost making it like just an incredibly high scoring match. So far we've had a game that ended 0-1 to Drauga, and now we've seen a game that's ended 4-3 to Nox, so we've kind of hit both of them. Anything is possible now in this game number 3, as I've already said, on Sovereign Heights.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of pressure coming up straight away from Drauga. They can't seem to get anything from it. The Peachy Boy loses it for Charm with a big boom. And Quark's going to play that middle. Monkey Mo's going to have it there. Mo's going to try and take this. Gets beat out by Sko. Maybe a little pass middle. No, the Peachy Boy is going to keep the pressure going. Now, we've got an exciting game plan.
I mean, it is just, I want to say it's just the fact that it's Master. As Master is the second highest tier, it is the highest draft tier in RSC, but there is obviously Premier who do play, I don't believe it's tomorrow anymore, as a shot saved by Bowler there, but Premier being the highest, they are usually the best show, but right now these Master teams putting on a show that rivals even a Premier series. A minute into this match, it's scoreless, it's incredible, but what it isn't is a one-way match right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be another 1-goal game, I believe, and Charm's going to try and make that happen before he's going to be there to clear it away. Gets a little past middle, but nobody at the Nox team is going to be there to meet him. And Peachy Boy is going to take it to 4 boost, gets beat out by Sko. With a naughty double touch, it doesn't find its way into the goal now. Sko's going to be punching himself after that.
I don't know, I feel like it was a bit of a hopeful play. They are incredibly high-skilled players as a shot sent high there, but even that I felt was a bit of a reach for the players. They would have hoped for it to go in, but I don't think they'd have expected it to, as Monkey Mode having to get a save on that line. 2 players from Nox up. It's almost accidentally positioned one of them perfectly as a bump. Puts one of the players in a position to get a good block. It's a bit of a chaotic play in that blue corner, or sorry, the red corner of Drauga, but right now only Sko left in defence. He's in a bit of an awkward position, but no major shot going straight on target as we hit 2 minutes into this game, still 0-0 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's back and forth again. But, one team is going to have to break that goalless cycle. Maybe it's going to be Drauga right now, but Sko's going to deny them of that. And it's just dead in the middle. Charm's going to try and keep the pressure going. Bowler's going to pass it up to Captain Quark. Gets bumped off by his Peachy Boy. And Monkey Mode is now going to try and solo this, but he can't get it past Sko.
I mean, these series, they show why these players are such high level, because it's not necessarily they don't make mistakes and mistouches, because we have seen plenty of mistakes and mistouches. We've also seen plenty of incredible plays like that passing play there. But what master players do better than most other tiers is when they make those mistakes, they're either ready to recover it as a teammate or just in general recover it themselves or make something off what could be a bad play. But right now, Drauga now, 1-0 up. The pressure's slowly mounting again on Nox like it was in game number 1.
We just talk about that assist from Monkey Mode. The way he angled his car and got that redirect was cheeky. I was not expecting that to work out for me.
It seems like
top tier.
I was going to say, it seems like everyone on the field seems to be wanting redirects right now. As a pass middle, it's the infield pass, but Monkey Mode was ready for it as a bit of a slow pass. But what is happening right now is Drauga attempting to get that pass back middle. It seems like that is the only way that either of these teams can beat the defense, as I said in game 1. They need to get the passes between each other. The solo plays, aside from maybe Sko, haven't really been working as he attempts another one, but no speed on the touch, meaning that the defense is just going to have an easy time clearing it out. As a pass comes in, it's a tight angle, just sent wide, and I mean, they are definitely trying right now.
Yeah, Nox are really pulling everything out of the bag right now, and you know, every time I think it's going to work, but the Drauga defense is just holding strong every single time. Again, I'm not sure who's going to come out this one on top, but there's a minute left and Nox, you know, have left an open goal, and Monkey Mode is going to put it straight in.
You said you weren't sure who was going to win. At this point, I don't want to call it too early, but I am going to say, given the series, how the series has gone so far, I am going to say I expect Drauga to continue to take this game. But you mentioned the Drauga defense. What you really meant to say was Monkey Mode, because right now he is the only player on Drauga with any saves, but also he has the same amount of saves as the entirety of the Nox players, with 4 saves on his own. But I mean, Nox, they want to prove me wrong with a shot like that.
Yeah, bowler with a beautiful play. You got Skev managing to take it over both of the defenders into the backboard, and bowler's just going to blast that straight in. Like he doesn't care, man. There's no defenders in front of him. He's in free play right now, bowler.
I mean, you close your eyes, is there really a defender there, because you can't see him? So it's usually my strategy. It might be why I shoot off target, but there's never any defender from my point of view. So at least I'm getting easier shots. But what we can't see right now is an attack coming off from Drauga as they begin it. It's up high, a good touch from Quark to finally get him a saviour. So we can see maybe the 2 defensive players on both teams. But what we need to see is an offensive player coming out from Nox as a shot. It's what we needed to see, and it is what they delivered with a beautiful redirect start. I don't know if it was a redirect, but it sure looked like a bit of a redirect. It wasn't. It was just a well-placed shot between all of the defenders in the red half.
Can we just cut back to Mal saying that this game's already over with a minute left?
I would like to formally apologise to the players of Nox for not believing.
You've got to believe in Nox, bro.
Oh, that was
coming out from Skev. That would have been some bad timing.
that would have made me not necessarily happy, given that I did predict Nox to go 3-1, but it would have made me at least feel a bit better about saying Nox lost it. But an overtime historically has been won from Nox. We've only had a single overtime, this being our second. Nox won the first one. Drauga seemingly trying their hardest to win this second one, but right now it's such a deadlock in terms of the game that I think it's once again who makes the first mistake, who gets the best passes. Drauga seem to be that team so far, but Nox aren't trailing much behind at the moment.
Yeah, this seems to be the way it went last game, right? We have Drauga with the instant full pressure, but just a completely change of pace, and Nox manages to win that game in the overtime. So
that could be the effect of full pressure as a shot almost taken on the target. It's another one. It's off the post and out. But you mentioned the full pressure at the start, and that is the risky play that they make. They go for full pressure as a pass sent across there, nothing major coming. But if you go for full pressure, you leave yourself open to the counter-attack as Drauga, more specifically Peachy Boy, attempting a solo play to break it through. There's a demo at the back line of Drauga, and I think this is what usually starts out the play as a fake it's heating up more and more as time goes on. Someone is going to make a mistake. I'm expecting it to be Nox, but given how aggressive they have been, it could so much easier be Drauga right now.
Yeah, and we see Peterborough left on his own, manages to take control of this ball with 30 boost. Takes out one, gets a reset, takes it over them, and bowler's going to be able to catch it, and then forces it into his own corner. And the ball's just open, nobody's there except for Quark. He gets a beautiful clear. Peterborough is going to meet him in the corner, beats him. A little bump from Captain Quark.
Oh!
The double touch was scary, it's insane!
I mean, he's made up for it. He tried it at the start, a bit of a tighter angle at the beginning, and he missed it. And that may have been seen as what didn't get them the early lead and could have led to them being in this overtime rather than winning. But, I mean, a beautiful double touch to end it. And I said Bowler might be the player to watch. Right now, I think it is just the full SCO gameplay that we need to see. But before we go anywhere ahead with this, Peachy Boy from Drauga has called a timeout. That gives them, I believe, 2 minutes to calm down, maybe let Nox lose some of this insane heat and insane just momentum that they currently have in this series. They're on fire right now.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with you, Mal. SCO is absolutely on fire right now. He's I don't want to say he's carrying because he's the whole team have all got a goal, but he's also got 2 assists, 3 saves, 4 shots. His stats literally count up from 1 to 4. Nobody else on the field is doing that. Monkey Mode is trying his best to carry the Drauga roster with 5 saves, but his teammates just need to try and do something in goal, right?
I mean, that is one way to put it. It seems like a bit of a toxic way to describe the defense from the rest of the Drauga players, but it's as you say, it's such an impressive. I mean, I don't know. Is it skills if you get 3-4 on your scoreboard? I'm not sure.
What was that? Sorry, Mel. We had a bit of a.
Is it what's it called? Is it a skill to get 1, 2, 3, 4 on the actual scoreboard?
Yeah, it's what we call a cycle in stats, I believe.
I think a cycle's 1 of each.
Yeah.
But 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be a new thing. It should be like we're calling it now a stat. It's a staircase. If you get a staircase, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything like that, it's a staircase from here on out. That's just what we're going to call it. But a beautiful staircase coming out from SCO. And I don't know how much longer. Can we get a confirmation of how much longer? I'm just gonna let them know they have about 1 minute left because that's about 5 seconds from when I just got told. But they have approximately 1 minute left from when I just said that. What are they going to be saying to each other to calm down heading into this next match and maybe figure out that Nox defense?
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be I feel like most people would use a timeout to try and slow down their opponents and try and get those guys cold again, whilst they can mentally try and hype each other up and try and get it going, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the other thing to note is that Nox, they are allowed the exact same timeout that we can see Drauga currently taking. They obviously aren't going to take it when they're in the lead because it doesn't really make much sense. But talking about teams being in the lead, currently in the other series being played on the B stream, we do see Stingray's team of did you say 5 seconds? Sorry. Yeah, okay. Stingray's team of Green Phoenix, I want to say Infinity. I want to say it's Infinity or something similar to that. Anyway, Green Phoenix team 2-1 up. They are doing incredibly well, but we have the players now rejoining the field. They're ready to go. We're rearing to go. And I mean, what else can we say about this series aside from it has been an incredible showing so far?
Yeah, both teams have shown all types of skill, whether that be defense, offense, mechanics, basic
staircases.
Yeah, getting the staircases that everybody wants now. But again, it's just back and forth at the start of the game, so it's just going to be a case of who can break it first.
And I mean, a couple of misses like that from Drauga is making it look like it might be Nox Go tries to sneak one in early. We're now on Beckwith Midnight, one of my favourite maps. Frankly, the best map in all of Rocket League, as I say to a lot of the casters. Some agree, some disagree, some don't even respond to me when I say it. But I mean, what is your opinion of Beckwith Midnight?
It's a very basic but pretty map, right? There's nothing like crazy going on, so the players can keep their focus inside, as opposed to like Aquadome where we've got sharks and whales and whatnot just floating around. So it's probably one of the players' favourites as well.
It is.
But Farmstead is a favourite of mine. You know, when you score, you get a little banjo tune. It's class.
Oh, let's just go. Sorry to interrupt you a bit there, but let's go with a beautiful shot. I know I'm a huge fan of Beckwith. You mentioned because there's less distractions. I am very easily distracted, but what we hopefully shouldn't let this map distract us from is what has so far been an incredible array of passing plays coming out from Nox. I haven't seen much on the offense of Draugr so far. 0 shots currently. 0 goals for both teams, but we will be seeing 1 shot. It's off the crossbar and it's out on the line. I mean, that is so close that anyone could have thought that was in and not gone to confirm it there.
Yeah, Captain Cork kept icy right there. He stayed cool. He knew he had some time and just got a goal line clear with a couple of pixels to spare by the looks of it.
I mean, we said about the conversation that they may have had in the timeout. Right now, I think that timeout conversation may actually have been be less aggressive to Draugr, because they've seemed like not necessarily that they're taking less shots, but they are playing a slower game as another shot almost sneaking through, but they are playing it methodically right now, doing exactly what we saw Nox doing in the overtime of the last game as Charm. He's beaten out one. There's a demo on the defender, but I mean, it was a risky play. I'll give him that one, because I think all 3 players were in that box in the same 3 seconds as Bowler has to duck under one, gets demoed by the other. Charm slamming it in. It's a beautiful play all round, but also a very risky one.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the last man demo plays. I do enjoy that. It just sucks to be on the other end of it, obviously, because there's no escape, especially at this rank. You can't really duck and dodge because they're in your head. They know exactly what you're going for. But another demo coming out. Maybe they were saying let's be less aggressive for the first 2 minutes and then just go all in. let's throw this not truster off.
Maybe if we take 0 shots in the first minute and a half of the match, they'll think we've forgotten how to shoot and stop defending. And I mean, as a strategy, it seems to be working. So maybe we should do that more often. I might try that as a strategy in RSC and the RS from here on out. But another strategy, another strategy that is working for them is those demos as Monkey Mode's over 1, and they are 2-0 up. They're a different Draugr after that timeout.
Yeah, this did happen last game. Obviously, Nox managed to pull it back, but I don't know, Mel. There seems to be a lot of momentum in favour of Draugr right now.
Yeah, I said last time that I didn't expect Nox to win it. This was with a minute left. They then came back to take it to an overtime and win it. So I would like to say right now, simply for my prediction, hopefully be correct, I don't expect Nox to win this game. I think they are going to lose 2-0. And that is that, as another shot sent just wide. It's not enough to confirm a goal, but what is beautiful from the defensive Draugr is a pinch all the way into the white half of Nox. And the pressure, it's switching sides like we've seen in the first few games, but this time it's switching sides with a 2-goal lead for Draugr.
Yeah, and we've got a raid coming in as well. BGCS_EU, the raid of 15 people. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the RSC showing. See all the talent that we've got on tonight.
We hope you enjoy Heki, the most monotone typecaster we have in the entirety of RSC. But what we do have as well is the potential to be heading into a game number 5 with 40 seconds left on this clock. It is 2-0 up for Draugr in this game. They are 2-1 down in the series. Winning this takes us to that all-important Champions Field. Right now, I am going to say it, I am going to mean it this time. I don't think Nox are going to come back in this game.
He's trying to cast the curse, so his prediction's right. I see you, man. I see you.
It's a very cheeky move, and it looks like it's almost working as Captain Quark slams one off the post, and that's the first goal for Nox. Sko, he's been doing an incredible job striking. All he has to do here is do one more good strike in the next 12 seconds. If he gets that goal and takes it to overtime, it could be over for Dragon.
I see your casting curse, Mark, and I raise you counter casting curse. I believe Nox are going to pull this back right now.
Damn, that is a great caster curse, but with 1 second left, it is a beautiful drop down ball. That wasn't anything to do with a caster curse. It was just an incredible play from, I believe, that was Monkey Mode in the corner. But it's 2-2. It's on to Champions Field.
Yep, this is what everybody wants. Oh, and we see a timeout coming from Nox now. They're nervous. Draga are in their head right now, Mal.
I mean, they didn't get. They're hoping for that counter caster curse not to completely ruin them. But what is for sure, I believe we will see it on screen. Both of our predictions were wrong. So I mean, we replaced Danny for us. It doesn't look like it was the right move because Danny was actually correct in his prediction earlier, I believe. So
yeah, I actually predicted 3-2. There must have been a miscommunication.
Honestly, same. I said I'd predict the opposite of you. So if yours was miscommunicated, then mine must have also been miscommunicated. But either way, it's looking to be with a 2-minute break from the timeout. Nox, they're gonna try and figure out what they need to change. It's those demos. I believe definitely one of the goals. We all saw that one caused by a demo. I think the second goal scored by Drauga was also due to a demo. What I will say is on Champions Field, I don't think the last matches matter as much as it does on any of the other fields, as the pressure really mounts here.
Yeah, it's literally a best of one series right now. If you lose, you go to the lower bracket. You don't go home just yet, but the lower bracket is where nobody wants to be, because if you find yourself in the final again, in the grand final, you need to, come out with a bracket reset, which 2 best of 7s after a full night of Rocket League already, you're going to be so burnt out, and that's not what anybody wants.
I was about to say, I don't know how many teams have actually gotten away with the bracket reset this season, but what I will say is over on the B stream at RSC_EU_B, we also have Transcend versus Infinity currently being played. They are also in game number 5. Their match has already started. It is 2 minutes 45 remaining in their match. 1-0 up for Transcend. It could quite easily go either way for them, just as this series here heading into Champions Field as well could go either way for Draga or Nox.
Yeah. It's exciting, man. I don't know who's going to come out on top. It's scary. I can't imagine being one of these players right now. The nerves would be, unmatched.
I mean, ask anyone who plays with me. I am, honestly, without over-exaggerating, probably about 3 and 20 in terms of winning game 5s, and most of those 3 have happened in the last split of null when I was playing with people who were basically carrying me, so it wasn't my fault that we were losing. And I mean, it's easier to did you say 5 seconds? Sorry. Okay, I'm just gonna tell them done then. Sorry, I'm just being told by a producer that the time is now up. But yeah, it is easier to not lose game 5s when you have a carry. In the case of Sko and I believe it was Monkey Mode we were talking about, they are the carries here. So, they've called for a restart. We almost made it off to the races, but then they had issues. That's a beautiful move from Sko though. They've called for the restart. Sko, just to really get it going, has scored a goal against nobody. The goal won't count. I don't even know if it was on stream, but it was an incredible, very slow rolling ball goal to really settle that restart matchup. Okay, we are being told the lobby is now back up, hopefully, so we will rerun the Champions Field graphic. We will get everyone out into the match and onto the field, hopefully soon, once they all rejoin this field. I mean, it's not a great way to start a game 5. It means we get more time in Champions Field, but I don't really think either team wanted a restart there overall.
No, absolutely not. Maybe there was some internet issues, or maybe a controller was disconnected, or something along those lines. But we'll see if they're ready to go. They seem to be. So let's get this underway.
Both teams are ready to go, so that is all good. We do see Charm still lagging, it looks like. It's not a good start. I don't know what the rules are on repeated restarts. I don't... Kendo, you'll have to let me know in case they ask me. They haven't asked for another one. It looks like the ping's settled down, but I do believe each team only gets one restart. Off the top of my head, I may be wrong. Okay, so they do have a technical 5-minute timeout if they have to call a restart again, but it has to be within the first minute, and it has to be within a scoreless game. Right now we are halfway through that minute, and it is looking like everything is running smoothly as Bowler is up, blocked by one player, and I mean, it feels like the match may have lost a bit of momentum as Bowler accidentally passes it over his teammate there.
Yeah, it looks like Nox have been pressurised right now from the Strada roster. Lincoln puts out a banger, it's going to be to save it. Quartz is back up, but Quartz can get a nice little boost. Beach Boy's getting a meat Bowler in the middle, trying to get control. Gets it around one. Monkey Move with a bang and clear. Maybe going to take it slow. Gets it over one. Nobody's for a double touchdown. Mal. Intense, huh?
It is very intense, and my issue right now is that from the experience of seeing them at least in game number one, which I mean both teams were as warmed up as each other, I'm not liking how badly Nox did under the pressure of game number one, and whether or not that could affect them in this game 5 is another shot coming through. They've made a few mistakes, but it still seems like they are fighting on. It is still 0-0, 1 minute 30 into this match. Monkey Mode's gonna try and change that. He almost makes it through, and the defense is very low on boost as they almost concede, able to get a clear out, but it is still going straight back into that orange box continuously.
Oh, there we go. Charm manages to score the rolling ball, so just cruising over the goal line.
I really like your role players are very, very old there as you slowly creaked open as the ball rolling along that line. Great finish. Charm making up for that overtime where maybe he didn't manage to finish a shot that he should have. But the response, not good enough from Captain Quark as it bounces awkwardly off the crossbar and straight back up. He can't read it, and a mistake like that is going to be damaging to the mentals. It's not good for Nox right now. They needed that goal. They need to get one answered fast, I think. Otherwise, it is entirely possible that Drauga can just keep sneaking further and further into the lead here with about half of the match remaining.
Yeah, but we see a nice little pinch middle. Oh, Bowler just can't seem to get it around Charm. Now Charm with some time and some boost. Can't seem to do too much with it. Beach Boy's going to leave it in the middle for Monkey Mode to get to boom. But it's just, again, it's just a midfield battle right now. It's just going to be if Drauga can keep the pressure and keep the lead.
I mean, historically, Drauga have done an incredible job at maintaining the ball out of their own half. What I will say right now is the Drauga that we are seeing playing right now is more reminiscent of the Game 1 and Game 4 Drauga that won their games, as opposed to the Game 2 and 3 Drauga who almost dropped down out of the series as a whole. But right now, what we need to see is some of that Game 2 or 3 Nox, as they are slowly, very slowly I should say, dropping out of this game as time, it's just dripping away. It's not like there's none left, but it's not like there's infinite time left for them to come back here. And with the ever-mounting pressure of this Drauga half, it is getting closer and closer to the end of this match, with still no confirmed goal from Nox, but an open net for Drauga is gonna put them 2 goals up here.
Yeah, it's looking, I don't want to do a game 2 Mal and say that it's over. It's looking like Drauga have got so much more pressure and consistency over Nox right now. So Nox need to change something pretty swiftly, otherwise it's going to be the end of their upper bracket run.
Definitely, but like you said, it is only if they lose this the end of their upper bracket run. They've shown that they can contend against the team of Drauga. They took them to this game 5. But what is happening right now is they are losing that game 5 against Drauga unless they can manage to get a goal. I'm going to say pretty soon, because without it, they aren't going to be able to even be close to taking the game back, as Monkey Mode clearing it out, tries to bump or demo, doesn't get the ball past that midway line. Captain Quarky flips the other way to maybe leave it to Sko. It's up high, but there's Peachy Boy, he's ready for it. He knows what Sko likes. And with 35 seconds left, it is getting harder and harder for Nox to manage to score these 2 goals that they also desperately need right now.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds left, and Charm with a wide open goal right now. Oh, what a score from Boulder! Oh my lord! That was amazing.
And to be honest, I felt like we were playing Rumble a bit there with the RNG, but Peachy Boy bumping Charm. But it's not going to matter with a goal like that, because with 5 seconds it is all but over. 2 seconds means it's impossible for Nox to win it. Sko incredibly fast with the GGs. What a series. What a gameplay from both of them. Bit of luck towards the end there with those respawns. A bit of a team bump from Drauga to show maybe they are taking it completely serious, which I think is the right way for every team to take this. You want to win, but you should, more importantly, at least have some fun, no matter the thing. But 3-2 to Drauga.
Yeah, I feel like after the last win that they got, I feel like we were expecting Drauga to take this one home, but Nox, you know, they played a fair game, and they made Drauga fight for it, really.
I mean, it showed how close they were as a whole, in that the 2 goals that Drauga scored in this game 5 were also the only 2 goals that made a difference between the team in those end of screen stats. But something that may surprise you here, compared to what we said, coming out as the series MVP right now is Peachy Boy. I would have thought it would have been Monkey Mode, having got like 3.5 million saves, but it may have just been that one game where he got a lot. But Peachy Boy seeming to do not necessarily the most, but definitely a lot for the half of Drauga to get them this win. I mean, it was a hell of a series.
Yeah, it was probably one of the best series I've watched, especially one of the ones that I've casted. So it's been a pleasure. But we're not over yet, Mo.
We are not, no. I believe following this match, we may be jumping down into, if I quickly bring up the bracket, I want to say we're jumping down to the lower finals. I'm just double checking that on the bracket, and it does look like we are playing Transcend versus Nox. So they are still going to be on there. I believe, Hecky, you're leaving me. I'm staying on for this next match, and I believe off the top of what I've been reading in Stream General recently, I am getting Danny Boy, the incredible caster. We kicked him off the A stream. We're bringing him back. We missed him. We love you, Danny Boy. But what we also love is the viewers. But given how close we are to the kickoff time being only 7 minutes away, I'm going to end it here and say, see you in the next series.
Peace.
Maybe one day we'll find a way. And I still wonder why we lost our love tonight. Before you leave my side, just hear what's on my mind. I know we're barely holding on.
breaking open, breathing in. Lightning sparks from deep within. Every touch, every smile ignites my heart. How far do we go before we know that we belong? This is our home. Yeah, the nights are long, but we press on. The journey is long, but this I know. We've come so far and we're getting close. Let go of our sins. It's a long road to where we it's a long road. Breaking down, the sun goes dim, the fire burns through our skin. Every night, every day, as long as I'm with you. How far do we go before we know that we belong? This is our home. Yeah, the nights are long, but we press on. The journey is long, but this I know. We've come so far and we're getting close. Let go of our sins. It's a long road to where we belong. It's a long road.
I still think about that time me and you stayed up all night talking about our future, but now we're through. We had something real, but you threw it all away. If you didn't feel it, then why are you here saying you're telling me now you're not who you have been? Well, make me believe that you'll do all that you can. 'Cause I want to let you come back, but I'm scared you'll be the same. Will you promise me that you'll never leave if I give you another chance? I wish I knew what to do. Let it go or continue. 'Cause sometimes I feel lonely without you. We had something real, but you threw it all away. If you didn't feel it, then why are you here saying you're telling me now you're not who you have been? Well, make me believe that you'll do all that you
Welcome back, everyone. We said it was going to be a short break from me and Heki, but we are back now for the lower finals. I've replaced Heki with the magnificent, beautiful Danny Boy. How are you now after your B stream run?
Again, I don't understand how beautiful, magnificent, all those words are to describe me. None of them are accurate, but I'm doing quite well, thank you very much. And the lower bracket had a few interesting twists and turns, but Mel, I don't care about the lower bracket or the upper bracket. How are you? That's much more important.
I'm doing well. I mean, we were in this chat before the stream went live earlier today, and we were loving life. And I think I said, while in that voice chat, I did say I expected Nox to do well tonight. Their previous match on stream has sadly made them not do as well as maybe I hoped them to do. As we can see, they did get in game number 5. They lost it, I believe, 2-0. It was an incredibly close series all round. But you've just come from Transcend versus Infinity, so tell us a bit about that one.
It's one of those ones where I'm going to annoy a few people, and I don't mean that in a very bad sense here, because Infinity started quite well. They actually were a very strong performing side here. Got the opening game 2-1, then Skate 2 was 4-2. It was actually, you know what, reasonably close until about halfway through, and then Transcend just stuck it on here, and, well, my co-caster quite said, one of those players you've got to watch out for. Stuck in a few goals, got a hot tricks here and there, and you know what? It led to the reverse sweep happening, so it's looking like it's going to be one of those type of matchups here.
And I mean, speaking of looking at the matchup, we now have on the screen the incredible team stats heading into this. We can see that Nox, as we saw earlier on the A stream, 49 wins, 23 losses. It is, I believe, one of the highest in Master, as they are currently put as first, so I'd assume it's one of the highest. 39 and 33 for Transcend, so it's not a massive difference, but it's a pretty big difference in terms.
It's not, but I don't care about that statistic. That one can get over screens. And Joe, the next stats that's on our screens, Mel, I don't care about them, so let's get them off. Come on, get them off as quickly. We don't care about them. We've got a lower final match. Nobody wants us to sit here and talk about stats, do they?
I don't know. I've seen SK. He's on fire at the moment. Before we do get anywhere, though, there is one that I think everyone would always want to see, and that is our predictions. So who's your prediction going to be for in this series, Danny?
Well, as everybody knows, I don't care about my predictions. And the last 3, I've got 1 right, 1 wrong, so let's see if it's wrong again. I went, of course, for Transcend, lower bracket run, why not? 3-0.
And I mean, I also said to you, I try to almost always vote for the exact opposite of whoever I'm casting with, because like you, I don't super care about how correct my prediction is. But I've gone, obviously, after saying that, for 3-0 for the Nox team. But now that we've done our predictions, we can get these players onto this field and hopefully get ourselves into this lower finals, deciding who heads on to face, I believe it is Drauga in the finals.
Certainly so. And what a time to do it, Mel, because that lower bracket run originally by Infinity would be worthy of a blockbuster. Only second below this Transcend side, who is playing in this blue here. They are facing what was the side that you casted this recently, and whether they can keep the pace up, because Transcend is probably the better if it's suited to that, and Rapid, who didn't score at all until the last game, finally puts one in.
I mean, it's a beautiful play. I mean, Sko saying great pass. He knows it was a great pass from himself. It's a bit of an unlucky situation to be in. It was well placed. And one thing to note as well for anyone watching, both teams share the same primary colour, I believe. So Nox will be playing this series in the screen view as a black, and Transcend is playing as white. Oh, supposedly they're all white, so that makes things very confusing if they are all white. But what we can say, it's going to be interesting to watch at least.
So, as I get to hear this in my ear, and Mel's just confirm it, I get to do this, and I've been looking forward to this. Have you seen the white car pass to the other white car that may be on the opposite side? What a fabulous play that was by the white car on the left-hand side.
I mean, there was a shot taken there on the white net. It was incredible, and they're trying their hardest to break it out of this white half. It's almost clear they're getting it from the white half into the white half, as Bowler now counter clearing it back into the other half, and it's seeming, like you said, that Transcend, they're just playing better than Nox are currently, even though both teams on stream are playing in the same colour.
Well, it's a game of 50-50. It's white on white. I know this might be a bit of Daz brilliance here, but we will have that problem sorted for everybody. And if you are just tuning in here, Nox is Captain Court Crim, and so that's the only team that will be mentioned, but we have got a response at least.
Yeah, it's a beautiful kickoff goal. They just bullied the kickoff, got it a perfect stall, and then the team bump to knock it over the person following up. There's nothing Rapids. Sometimes English is hard to speak, but some Rapids, nothing he can do in defence, and it is the kickoffs from Nox that are oh so dangerous, as we see DMY with a beautiful save on the line. It is just such a close game currently. It's similar to how we've seen every Nox game on stream. I'm pretty sure they do an incredible job of playing to their opponents, but it's whether they can play better than their opponents that really matters right now.
They've lost one series today, and Captain Court has lost sense of the direction. I will give you a clue, by the way, Captain Court. You want to shoot it in the white net.
It's
That one
fine,
there.
though. Sko figured out which net was the white net, and now that he has, it has meant that his team tied up 2 minutes in. And I mean, the white half doing an incredibly good job of attacking, but similarly the white half doing an incredibly good job of defending.
I've got something really cruel I could say right now.
I don't think you should say it because that'd be very cruel, but what you can say is Jushu beating out all of the players on the Nox half and just getting himself a nice solo play goal.
That's nice, but I will be saying it at some point.
Oh,
You
no.
will look forward to it. But what we can at least continue off with here, it has been back and forth into the right end. Transcend, who has lost that league, has re-established it. They were sides in the lower final that failed to gather leads. They couldn't even get back into it either at times here. They were almost struggling because 3 goals went past them fairly quickly.
Oh no!
Oh.
You know what, can I change my prediction? Is it too late to change my prediction? Because that was a beautiful own goal, but sadly it was on the wrong white net, and that's yeah, it's not what we want to be seeing from the Nox half if they want to stand a chance in this series.
This is the lower final, isn't it?
It is lower final, yes.
Okay. Well, this has been one of those matches that you look at and you sort of go, right, okay. This makes no sense here. Teller a wit as that ball gets flung right past here. I've got to ask, and this is not me being tongue-in-cheek, did Nox play like this before?
When they played before, it felt like maybe they were doing a much better job at defending, especially on their own net, not own goal. But towards the end of the series, I don't know if it was fatigue or not, but they did start playing closer to this than they did when they were winning the series. But still, they have scored twice, and if we're being honest, they passed for one of the goals for Transcend, and then own goaled the other one. So if you really think about it, it could be 4-2 for Nox right now. I'm not sure what Sko's doing currently. Yeah, what's going on there? I don't really have any words for that.
I have words.
What are your words?
I'm trying to find this 25 of them that's not suitable for broadcasting first. Look, to anybody at home, you may have seen this has been a very tame cast by my standards. I will want to confirm with you, this is Prospect, sorry, Masters, and this is the lower final. You have not been misled here.
I mean, I got a lot of I'm going to put it out there, okay? I got a lot of stick for saying that Master was basically rival when I was doing the draft stream at the start of the season. Right now, I think that this series is proving the point as Captain Quark. He's playing for the right team at least. He's found the net, and he has brought them back within 2, but with your teammates own goaling, I don't know, there's only so much you can really do here.
Look, I believe it was Greybeard that was talking about world champions of past and likes of Turbo who's able to own goal in finals and move across. That's all fine. Well, this is not the world championship. This is the lower finals. That one runs in closely, Mel. Look, I'm going to be kind here. Can we reset game 1, please?
Yeah, do we have like a obviously we were just joking, please let us have it back kind of thing, because Bowler accidentally passing it once again to the Transcend half. I should clarify for everyone who is watching the stream, as much as the stream colours are white and white, these players are currently playing in blue and orange, the same as the casters can see blue and orange, so if you do say blue and orange, that is why, but they aren't being confused by the colours like people watching the stream are. They are just own goaling, as another goal goes in, and I don't know what the highest goal scored in a Master Playoffs is, but surely it can't be much more than what we've got right here.
How's the weather, Mel?
It's not often that we see Danny with not many words, which really shows
No,
how...
no. I'm going to get the record correct, Mel. I have words to say, but I don't want Arch and Sauce getting complaints, so I'm talking about the weather for the next 30 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of the weather, it's just got very cloudy outside, which, I mean, I don't know why, but yeah, it's looking like it's going to rain, and with 5 seconds left, it's also looking like a bit of a Transcend victory, but yeah, no, the weather's nice for me. How's the weather for you?
Stormy, rainy, miserable, and there was a bit of sunshine earlier, which was horrible to see on a personal level, but you know what? Speaking about showers, we have 11 goals in the opening game. Yeah.
Yeah, there's I can understand your lack of words for it. What I am going to say, and I'm going to do this using the name of another caster here. What the hecky just happened in this match? Because I have no idea.
Look, I think it would be very disrespectful if I took my headset off, or my casting mic, and left you with a purple screen and a chair. But that might be the best option we have tonight here, because that wasn't suitable for a lower final. I am not hiding my feelings on this one. You have an attempt on an own goal. You have sides bumping in and charting and moving in here. Both sides, if you're listening, please don't make Danny angry. I would like a good lower final, please.
We've been trying to stop Danny from absolutely ruining the careers of everyone. You guys are making it very hard for poor old Danny right now, and I don't blame him, because usually I'm not one to pick out a lot of mistakes. But what I will say is that was a horrible showing from Nox. That was something else.
Again, we don't want to harp on to it. It's the opening game, sometimes mistakes happen, but this is not like a best of 7 where you have time to get into it. This is best of 5. You were from the upper side, you were playing well, and then suddenly you drop in the performance. Transcend is not a side here where you're going to have free games. They were quicker, they were faster, and that was a side, by the way, on the lower semi-mail, by the way, where I said this team shouldn't be here, and they're outplaying them 7-4.
I mean, it is just impressive how much Transcend has changed, but similarly, how much Nox has changed. But one of the things, at least for the viewers, that has now changed, the colours are finally correct. Nox are playing in black, Transcend are playing in white. It's not white on white anymore. We can tell who to. Hopefully, that might alleviate some of the confusion from Nox, even though they couldn't see the colours.
I want an official complaint due to our competent broadcaster Kendo, who has fixed the problem in such a speedy fashion. I was enjoying the white on white action. Boom!
It was a very fun thing, as no one really knew whose net was being shot on. But what we can say right now, if this match follows the last one, most people will be expecting it to be the Transcend net, but Sko finally figuring out the correct net, beats out one. Kind of 50s his teammate to get it down there, but definitely 50s Jushu, and gets it perfectly into that bottom corner.
Well, just like that, it was a foul's attempt here. Well, there might be a few proportions. Will it be another scope here on target here? So it was one touch here. Not able to get the angle, and Captain Court just not leaving anybody to battle there. Is left into the corner here. 1v1. And a shot right at the keeper.
And I mean, I don't know, you didn't seem to want to mention it, but did you not hear the shade that Kendo, our broadcaster, has just thrown at the side of Nox when he said, and this is an exact quote here, they obviously must have been playing off the stream broadcast rather than their own screens.
I have to quote somebody here. If I speak, I'm in trouble.
Well, all I can say is that at least they're ahead in this game, and with them being 1-0 down in the series, maybe they were just giving Transcend a chance. But what they do need to do is extend this lead a bit further before I'm happy to say that they are playing better.
Well, Captain Court, one shot fired into it. If you want to have a second goal by the state, they must do better. Not by my eyes, not by my standards. They're much more higher than that.
In Danny's eyes, I think they need to have a full change of their entire roster before he'll consider them to be any better. But what they are...
Do not put words in my mouth, but you're not far wrong.
What I will say is they're at least on the attack now, on the correct net. But Jushu trying to bring it to 1-1. It's a bit of a slower match than the last match we had on stream for the A stream. But right now, incredible from one team, horrific from the other would be the best way to describe it.
And I'm pleased to announce that I'm the GM for the new season with the new Master Tier roster of Cook, Speed and Fruity. Might be disguised as Team Liquid's previous roster, but, you know, they're quite decent at around 1700-1800 level now.
No, it's definitely going to be a good show from them, but I don't know, you should get me on there. I've heard I'm pretty good at it.
I'm saving you for the Premier Tier, and my words, you said this side needed to score a second one to get better. DMY might need to learn how not to backflip. That is a critical error.
It's that age-old not sticking to the back post. He went to the middle of the net expecting his teammate to clear. His teammate misses. Suddenly he's not ready for the bottom corner shot. But right now, a rolling ball. I thought Bowler was going to hit that in the wrong net then for a second after that first game. But luckily, cleared out over to that black half, white half? I'm getting confused now because I don't know the colours. It's black half. No, white half for Transcend here. You've confused me by saying white half for the entirety of the last game. For me, it's the blue half. For the stream, it's the white half. What it is the half of the team who almost manages to score there.
And if you keep on half, we might get quarters, 8th, 16th, and even further on to that point. Here's that one. Not too far away, 1/16th away from a goal going to Transcend Center. But I will say here, if we do have another own goal, I'm walking out.
Honestly, I think, I don't know, will it be the first time that the casters have just given up on a series? I don't know the history of RSC, but if it is the first time, it would be an incredible first time.
I would like to sincerely apologise to Arts and Sauce for the disrespect shown to the community, but I don't care. I will happily do it if it happens.
If we see any more own goals and casting booth goes silent, honestly, I say Kendo might just have to take up the casting, but at least for now, Nox, they're shooting on the right net, they're getting the shots, they're getting the goals, and we're not seeing much coming up from Transcend in comparison.
No, they haven't, which is a slight shame from them. They had that one attempt that went off the post originally, but again, you mentioned this earlier, this was a side that was performing well enough to play to the standard of their opposition. Transcend, do they have that level, have that gear to step up one? Probably not, but they're not stopping to giving it a go here.
They are for sure trying their hardest, but the thing that is happening is they are trying, but they are not doing. They have tried to score, they are yet to have scored in this game. Completely different to game number one. Literally no own goal. There's no longer 11 goals scored, there's only 2 this time. But because of that first game, even with the win, in terms of goals scored, I think Nox are still down by 1.
Yeah, you're right. 7-6 in aggregate. And if this was a Champions League final, they would be knocked out. Or sorry, semi-final. There wouldn't be a second tie. That just should be a new rule. I like that idea.
Well, you just don't you don't get enough aggregate goals and you just get knocked out.
Yeah, but why hasn't that been the thing yet?
Well, no, someone message Source. We'll get him to look into that. I know he doesn't do any work anyway, so I'm sure he's got the spare time.
Well, even the players are laughing, by the way, on the own goal situation. And Sauce, by the way, to anybody who's only tuned in for the first time, he is incredibly busy. Hopefully, this series will return to the serious nature it deserves for a lower final, Miller, because it can't keep going like that. It couldn't have from the opening game, and we had a bit of sensibility there.
I mean, I was about to say, there's only usually when you're casting, you want to bring hype to a game. There's only so much hype you can bring to a game when one of the teams seems to be actively own goaling.
Sorry. You're talking about hype and they got me on, Mel. What on earth did you expect was going to happen?
Well, you know, you've got to at least sometimes you've just got to hope. You know, one day you'll just be the most hyped caster in the world. You do an incredible job with Spooks from what I've seen and heard, but right now what is happening is Sko, he's trying to show he doesn't want to own goal anymore. I kind of want to see him own goal because I want to watch Danny just rage quit a cast midstream. It'd be hilarious, but it's not happened just yet.
Far from it, and Mel not even bothering to listen to my own commentary elsewhere. He has only heard rumours. Kendo said I had a nice voice, but that's as far as the compliments ended here. It's DMY looking to provide a compliment or two, but that was a get well soon card delivered to the ball.
And I mean, it's seeming like we've got a bit of hype Danny in here, which is always good until a team own goals. But with a minute almost gone off this clock, neither team have made massive strides in terms of breaking down the defense of the other. It's just shot after shot. A team bum. It's not an own goal, but it isn't what Danny probably wants to be seeing here, or anyone for that matter. But with a minute finally gone off the clock, there's almost the opportunity for Rapidza to get a shot. No one managing to get anything in on this net, and both teams seemingly playing it pretty passive.
The backboard itself for DMY. Another shot goes awry here. Yes, we aren't seeing the goals running on in. Yes, we've seen a few bumps here, but nothing as bad as game one here. So March, much better. And Rapids leaves that one for DMY into the middle here. Captain Cork should get this. This is an opportunity, and that should have been buried.
I mean, with what, 2 minutes now almost gone off the clock. I don't know the last time we have left the black half of Nox. As I say that, finally they are out of the half, but nothing sticking to the other players' halves. They're just... Oh, okay. How was that one not gone in? That really should have just been the open net, and it's gonna be converted into the other net. Oh lord, that really... I did not expect this to go there. They've called, what is this server? Jushu's on 140 ping. Joe's saying they hit the ball and it didn't do anything. DMY saying stop the cap. Honestly, DMY, maybe we should get him in the casting booth. He seems to be a great time.
No! All six of them off the screen. Diabolical that set of play was. That should have been buried, that should have been done, that should have been dusted. We should have been happily talking about a 1-0 fabulous play. But this is a lower final where we're seeing it scrappy, we're seeing lackadaisical, we're not seeing a jolly good time, as we must have said earlier.
Yeah, I was going to use it in this series as well. I've been waiting for the perfect opportunity, but it's been that horrible of a series so far in terms of own goals and fakes and just everything that's happened, that, like you said earlier, it does kind of feel like we're watching prospect players rather than master players.
Just for the record, by the way, if anybody's tuning in or the players, this is ERS admin, so any complaints, please send them to him, not myself, or Sauce, or Arch, or to anybody else, by the way. He'll happily listen to all of you's complaint.
I would like to say I may be the head admin in ERS and RSC. Arc, however, is the owner of at least RSC EU, and Mux is the owner of ERS, so I feel like if it's really that important, it should go to them. But a second goal for Rapids off some bump plays. If there's anyone who's going to be complaining here, I think it's the defense on the black half, not the orange half here.
He has no right to complain. You stand there right in the middle, like a statue. Maybe a model flicking his hair with the breeze of the wind. No, just smack him away, send him away. There's not a point to it. And that one will be goal number 3. The upper side originally Nox being knocked around.
And I mean, it's well played from Jushu, who bumps a player, passes it perfectly, it's over Sko, and with a 3-0 lead, given how this series has gone so far, I don't want to call it too early, but I think Transcend may be winning.
I normally would say, yes, I agree with you, but I'm not today.
Oh, okay, wow. Do you just not believe in the defense on either half right now?
Yes.
Well, what I believe in is so far both teams that have gone ahead have gone on to win the game, and it also seems like Transcend, with what little attacks they may have been managing to actually get dangerously onto the net. They've been doing an incredible job with them, though. 2 players on that ball allows Captain Quark. He's got it down the field. A mistake passes it middle. And I mean, it shouldn't be happening like this. It should just be that they're passing it to each other, not the opponents. And a misjump from Quark is making it even more awkward for both teams here.
Well, he set that one aside here, but just spare thoughts here for the grand finalist Drock, who's sitting watching this lower final. And just imagine what their comms are like. They've got to play one of these two sides here. If they're not predicting a 4-0 to themselves here, why are they bothering?
I was about to say, yeah, I mean, I feel like at the rate that these teams have been going, they could probably not touch the ball and still win the series against them. But
No, let's not be foolish now.
I don't know, it seemed like that so far. There's another miss there. I mean, it wouldn't have won them the series, but it'd have at least given them the opportunity at a goal, and you can't blame them. Sko's called for the timeout right now. We said about a reverse, or not a reverse sweep, sorry, a bracket reset potential if one of these teams were performing well. I don't think there's going to be a bracket reset no matter what right now in the finals.
Oh no, not a bracket reset. Excuse me, let me fix up. Sauce! We need a broadcaster change.
We need Sauce here. We know how much he loves those bracket resets, but the timeout has been called from the side of Nox. They need the they need that timeout. They need more than a timeout, I think, at this point. I do not know. Let me check whether they want a lobby change.
Well, while that particular question's being put on and asked towards those players here, you have to give full credit here to Transcend, because they were the lower side. They had no expectations put onto their shoulders here, and they're the ones you have to play up to whatever they have to face. And if your opposition has started own goal, hasn't put you under the cross, hasn't put you under the pressure. Now, I believe it was Chubbs who said in my series alongside him that this is a side that knows how to play with only one life. Nox don't. This is the first time they had to put a cross there, as we get that re-lobby recreated here for the players who requested that change. Mel, I've casted RSC for a fair chunk. I'm not a regular here. I've casted a decent amount of Grand Fast, quite a lot of bracket resets here. And you said this isn't going to be a likely opportunity of a bracket reset. I kind of agree with you here, because neither side here have shown enough spirit here, and that's not a dig more at Transcend, because they've played well here.
Yeah, they've done well. Their problem just seems to be right now that they are playing based off of the off of the other team. And when Nox does game one, like you said, they threw most of game one. If we're being brutally honest about it, they just threw it. And if your opponent throws game one, you're always going to be off on game two, like you said. And I think this timeout is their opportunity to maybe, at least for Nox, recover, and for Transcend maybe to figure out that they don't need to just play off the opponents.
Right. I stopped bothering to write down the goals because it got ridiculous after the first game. But I'm just going to read you the order out. 1-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, 5-3, 6-3, 7-3, and then 7-4 with basically a buzzer beater. I'm sorry. You cannot let any side have that type of advantage in the opening game. In fact, if it was me, I would be screaming for the timeout. I would have been after game number 1. That's where the situation should be.
Sorry to interrupt you and completely ignore you there. What were you saying, Kendo? Sorry, I couldn't hear you over. Everyone seems to be in the wrong lobby. Hold on, let me just...
Right. So while there's technical difficulties here at the lower final here, as apparently there's 2 lobbies created at the same time and we have not apparently in the right one. Mel, we might as well look at the facts here. What does Nox need to do here? Because to me, they've got a lot to do here. They have not played anywhere at the strength they've seen in the 2 games they played in the uppers.
I think they may just need to pray for a miracle at this point, because they, like you said, they haven't been playing to that level. They potentially, if they work as a team fully, they could maybe get a few passing plays. That was what was doing it before. Are we all still in the same lobby?
I have stayed and waited to watch everybody leave. Not everybody left, and they've rejoined. So this is right now going the case of it. So, Joe, what? We're getting this sorted out in a moment here. Yeah, we're all in a different lobby, and our producer right now is the only one not in this lobby. So you can either have a radio cast, everybody, or the gameplay of an empty pitch. Your choice, chat.
The question is, that means Danny may now be in charge of the lobby, which means that Danny's now in charge of the map rotation. Scary thought to have. I think if you were the longest person in the lobby, I think that default gives you control of the lobby. So it's up to you to remember to put us on Champions Field.
Lovely.
If we inevitably make it there, but hopefully we're just going to get them started early, because that was definitely more than the 2-minute allotted timeout because of all the issues we had. It's not their fault. We're just gonna I'm just gonna blame Kendo because he's the broadcaster and it's easier to do that. But
no, I'm gonna blame Arch.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's even easier. Yeah, he's not here to counter against us. So.
Yeah, and if he's on the podcast and he blames me back, well, I blame him twice. There you go. Oh.
You've got him good there, but what also has not been got good there is the shot from Bowler as it bounces right in front of the net, and he just jumps for thin air. Maybe I'm not 100% sure. As there's 2 players from Nox once again challenging on that, and I hate to say it, but it doesn't seem like Nox have really have changed anything after using this timeout so far.
No, but the evidence and time is a bit slow, but Nox has put in a goal! Oh!
Sorry, you were that happy about the goal. It sounded like you just descended there. You kind of cut off halfway through your goal. But it for sure was an incredible pass in comparison to everything they've done so far. Maybe not in comparison to what they were capable of, but as Bowler now up for the double touch, and I mean, at least for once Nox has got the lead. They had it once, they seem to want that game 5, but right now I still think Transcend are going to take this game.
Certainly so. And yeah, I was happy. They've actually got a lead that was somewhat from a decent play, so it is at least something in the right direction here from that original timeout. Down the line this ball goes, minute played here, and well, that was a strange decision there, but a soft touch here is not the worst play in the grand scheme of things in Captain Quark. That's one way they approach the ball.
But as we see, I am still hoping for this own goal to come out from the teams that you just walk away, but with 1 minute and 30 now gone off this clock, it's still a very close match. We've seen Nox, they've had the edge from the start of the match. A bit of a bump in the air there clears out one of the players, but still nothing incredible coming out from either side to really hinder the defense of the other side, aside from that first goal scored by Nox.
Quarks follows through. It goes into the corner here for Transcend's sake of it. That's a under boost, but a double commit here by, of course, Nox themselves here, forced into it. Another pop off the play here, and there's been very little of a continuation of attacks here that you would have thought there would have been somewhat, maybe 1 or 2 phases building up here in Captain Quark. Can you save this one? Well, he can.
And it's that continuous attack that you mentioned that I feel that was almost the. You know, I'm gonna keep talking, pretending that nothing happened there. But it is that continuous attack that Nox have been so dangerous. Okay, he did actually try and save that there. It wasn't going in, and it was just a good tackle from DMY. But it is the continuous attack that Nox did very well in their previous series that, like you said, has been completely missing in this series. And I think if they can find that back, they could take the lead. But right now, the passing coming out from Transcend is just slightly better than any kind of plays being made by Nox, if you're right.
Certainly agree with you, and you just have to look at the fact that what are you actually trying to do with the ball? What is the objective? And they're not really beating the first or even the second man to give themselves an option here. Nox, the pass and play when Transcend are on, they're quite decent here, but that's a sloppy decision by Rapids, and ultimately we find ourselves just dancing in the middle here.
And an attempted demo there doesn't come up with anything but a beautiful infield pass, and this is what they were doing against the Draga half earlier, where they would get the ball, quick pass middle, defender can't really do much as the last man because he has to block both shots, and boom, middle of the net, it's a goal, and it's a lead now for Nox, sorry, not Lock.
You want to lock that one in?
No, I don't want to lock that one in, please. Can you rename them to Locks just so that I don't seem like a bit of an idiot?
Sure, why not? Why not?
It's always nice to see, but a missed touch from Rapids there. And it's going to be a 2-goal lead. It's not the touch you really want to be seeing here. I don't think he really should have gone for that. His teammate looked like they called it, and he just completely ignored him.
Huh?
What?
I don't know. What did you say?
I said his teammate looked like he called him because he jumped up behind him. That's better.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Danny has actually completely lost focus of the match. Apologies for this. It is not up to his standards, obviously, but Sko finally getting another goal, and somehow the team that own goal felt like 10 times over now has a lead similar to that of when they were own goaling.
Might need to spell something out to you later on that particular one, but fair enough here. 5-goal game split 4-1, as you rightly said here. The side that own goal failed to put a chance away earlier has actually smartened up here. What I would say for Transcend's sake, call the timeout. Don't wait for it, call it. Because what have you got here? What have you got here?
I don't want to be the person to make you feel a bit bad, but they can't really wait for it anyway, because after this game, or after this next game, no matter what, the series is over, so it's not wait for it, it's either use it or don't use it and then lose, I guess.
Oh no, what will they do when they get knocked out in a tournament like this after spending 10 weeks of doing? Yeah, they're going to have to call it out, Mel, because if they don't here, we'll be questioning the fact here. What were you trying to do here? They're getting battered 5-1 here. There's no niceties of it. And Mel, I've got to tell you something here. I was looking forward to having the lower final. Do you know why?
Why was that?
This is my most favourite match in a tournament to have. I don't care if I never get a grand final. Not a bracket reset. It's the lower final. Two sides sweating it out and trying to show us what they've got here. We have seen two sides of a coin and somehow ended up on the edges.
So that rare case when you flip a coin and you try and get heads or tail and just flat on its side, and no one knows what to do, because right now I don't know what's really happening in this match. It seems like one game one team's throwing, the next game the other one's throwing, and with 13 seconds left on the clock here, it's 5-1 to Nox, which isn't what I'd have expected after the first, 3 games that we've had so far.
Did you forget that we had 3 games before this?
It's, oh, there we go. We've got the timeout call. Wait, they at least have some sense in when to call but yeah, no, it's a long cast, this one. I'll give you that much.
It's not a long cast. I've enjoyed myself thoroughly.
Okay, the game's a long game then.
Yeah, well, that might be the case here. I hope everybody in chat are enjoying the gameplay and the commentary. And if you're not, tough. Mel, factly that we're in the best of them. 5 minutes for a winner of this one here, and I'm going to say it bluntly, I don't care if I offend any of these players. None of them deserve to be in the grand final.
To be fair, I thought you were about to say, I'm going to say it bluntly, I don't care who wins, and I was going to completely agree with you there. But to be fair, that is very nearly what you said anyway.
Hold on 1 second. Kendo, can you change my prediction to both nothings or a forfeit? I don't know if that's an option, but can you?
Can you just
I'll take that
change
as a
the
no
prediction-
there.
Can you change it to a crying face?
2 crying faces. You know, anything to show my dishappiness right now. Because the bit that annoys me is I saw Transcend play, and they have played reasonably okay here. The fact that Nox is getting away with certain things, sometimes there's no such thing as a just game. This one has provided what can only be described as like the colouring book, but unfortunately nobody brought the crayons. It is black and white and it's dull. Something has to give here for this best of 5, and now it's best of 1 5 minutes. Please, please, if there is a god listening, a 30-minute OT. Give us that. Come on.
Make it so late that Kendo never wants to broadcast a playoffs ever again. And I mean, I agree with everything you've just said. All I am going to add to it is we're in a game 5 here, which means in terms of games in the series, it's a close series. But in terms of how these games have gone out, it's not really close whatsoever, is it? It's just a mess.
No, I think the closest we had was the game 2 when it was 0-2. And the fact that we're sitting here still harboring on the fact of it shows us, because we've been here before, we've seen matches before, and there's sometimes you just get blown out of the water, but there's consistency. It's so inconsistent consistency that's inconsistent. That's where we are right now.
And I mean, I was about to say there's nothing you can really change, but I guess you said it yourself. The only thing they really can change is they need to be more consistent and just play the game rather than whatever has been happening with own goals and everything else on the field.
Well, from madness to chaos, hopefully maybe to stability. We had Nox in the red, or in the white, or in the black, whatever way it might be your perspectives. Had own goal, who had a chance to tie it up. Well, we find ourselves after 2 games apiece here. A grand final spot is awaiting for one of these sides, who in the next 5 minutes can play the smartest, if not the less of the foolish.
And right now it is looking like Transcend are trying to make seems to be a pretty early lead, only 20 seconds into the match, and they have spent all of those 20 seconds in this black half of Nox. But right now, it is, it's just all Transcend. They've taken their time out. They seem to be doing exactly what we wanted them to do since game number 1, as the pressure is piling now on the black half. It is off the ceiling, it is on target, but saved by Bowler, and we're almost a minute in and still haven't left this Nox half.
And the amount of pressure they have got, it's the first time we've seen the opposite side here, but it's up to the back wall here. Nobody galloping down, and will be the opening goal. But after 1 minute of gameplay.
And finally, it seems like we're getting at least a bit of a better style of play, especially from Transcend, with a beautifully placed shot right behind that defender who was awkwardly placed. And if they can keep shooting like that, they can quite easily take the rest of the series with taking this game right now.
Will be the question on Nox though, and can they actually respond?
I don't think they can at this rate, given another goal there for Jushu, and the timeout working wonders for Transcend. A beautiful block there. It's finally seeming to be at least somewhat of a match for one of these two teams here.
Transcend ascending to the grand final. Is there any resistance in this game 5?
Oh.
Maybe against themselves, perhaps. That once went wayward.
And I mean, it looked like maybe the players on Nox were attempting to pass it back to them for a second there. Luckily, no one from Transcend able to really capitalize on it. We do see finally an attack coming out from Nox. I believe that is their first shot of this game, a minute and a half in, and it is also their first goal of this game. So at least they're shooting on time.
Certainly, so I'll also add this here on top of things. This is now the closest, the competitive game we've seen in this set, thankfully, in the game 5.
It's always, I was about to say, it's always horrible when, I was about to say when you get a goal like that, but that is an incredible goal. Just absolutely nails the shot up. Someone's controller seems to have died somewhere through that, which is unlucky because we are past that 1 minute and 1 goal cut-off time. Captain Quark wasn't moving. He seems to be back into the game. It was still a beautiful goal irrespective. It's a match filled with problems, with issues. At this point, I'm just hoping it ends soon.
Usually I'm the negative one, Mal, but thanks for joining.
No problem. It's just getting very warm in my room, so I can't have a fan on hand.
Well, while Mel's looking for his AC or an ice bath later on, one of these sides will eventually end up in that particular route here. It looks like Nox will be the side, and that ball could be potent. It will be, and Captain Quark can only just sit there and watch.
How did the game of Rocket League switch so suddenly? This was, I'm pretty sure this right here was the scoreline of the last game at the end of the game. We're less than halfway through game number 5 now, and it's suddenly the same scoreline, but you've still got more than half the match left. Like, what is happening for these games to just switch so suddenly, and a bump almost causing issues, but Jushu perfectly blocking it. And I think finally Transcend, they've woken up on the field, almost making it 5-1, but I think it doesn't really matter at this point.
It hasn't, as that ball gets eventually blocked away here. This has been one of the most curvature, twisted sort of game number, not even game, set. The fact that I'm sitting here trying to piece together what actually is happening here, Mel, this does not feel like a lower final, and I cannot say that as I'm trying to be disrespectful. It's just been so unorthodox, to say the least.
I was about to say, you say unorthodox. I would probably describe it as messy or chaotic, because it's felt like, at least until this last game, neither of the teams fully had anything figured out, at least in this game so far. As I said, Transcend actually putting on a bit of a show. There was a controller disconnect earlier from a Nox game, Nox player, sorry.
Captain Quark was the one.
Yeah, so that's gonna damage their mental if Captain Quark. He may not have stopped the shot, but he probably wouldn't have been in that, or the ball wouldn't have been in that position if they had all 3 players playing. But DMY, he's hit it up, but it's nothing compared to the backboard defense that Bowler has managed to put out there.
DMY, we're playing across here, so pretty much it's game management for Transcend here, and Noxu could have been the chance here to play the side that knocked them down in the upper final. That will be gone. They will not have the chance or the honours to do so. And you know what? Transcend, who has played from the lower bracket basically from the entirety of today, has been exceptional.
They have
And
been,
they deserve to be in that.
I was about to say, I haven't seen the or fully watched them aside from this series here, which by the sounds of it just seems to be an off series as Bowler manages to get a second goal in. But both teams have done incredibly well so far. It does seem like maybe just a bit of fatigue is creeping in, or just an unlucky series for both sides. But
Sorry, how can fatigue step in for the side that came from the uppers? Sorry, no, I'm not accepting that. No, get away.
I'm giving him at least a chance to have an excuse, okay?
No excuses.
It
You
might
show
be
up,
past
you
their
play.
bedtime. Oh,
I'll read
beautiful
them the
placement,
bedtime
both
story.
involved. Yeah, well, it sounds like they're trying to stop you from reading the bedtime story, as it is now 24 seconds left within 1. They have, in the previous series, I believe, managed to come back from being down a similar score with a similar amount of time left. So all I think we need is Sko to really show up like he did in the previous series, get a beautiful double touch, and just take us maybe into that 30-minute overtime that you've been looking for.
I've been hoping for that for like 3+ years now. If it was going to happen, it'd be a type of game like this here. Another chance here. Backwards flip, Captain Quark. There is a play. Will it get to the middle? So far, no would be the answer.
And it does turn out no is the final answer. There's no one from the Nox half seemingly wanting to challenge in fast enough to stop it dropping, really. I mean, there's not much more to it. Finally, though, I think we can both agree at least that game had something more than own goals going on.
You have to give comment to that.
I believe you do.
That was the lower final, everybody. The grand final will be happening after this particular stream. If you've never seen a double elimination bracket, Tran said, I'm just going to focus on the positives because I don't have much to say here. They deserve to be here. They played well. Noah said earlier they didn't. But
And I mean, I know you like skipping over the series MVP, and I imagine you want to skip it over now more than any series. But just for the sake of mentioning it, we do have DMY, who, especially in those later games, was playing very well for Transcend. It was a bit of a scrappy series overall, but I think he definitely did his part towards the end.
I actually had no issue with saying the MVP there. And TMY, he has had an issue earlier in today. So, impact the series live, let's put it that way. He has shown the guts to go on and play through pain effectively. And he's got himself a grand final of it. Now, how well he does in this grand final, we will wait to find out here. But I don't think anybody will be looking back to this lower final as a classic by any way possible.
It was for sure a match of all time, and I think that covers it pretty well by what happened. But either way, as I believe the grand finals are supposed to start at 10 o'clock CEST, 9 o'clock BST. I think that is all from me. I don't know if you've got any other closing remarks before we go, but
Goodbye.
goodbye.
Breakdown, we're alive, are we running circles, running around? Breakdown, chase the light, we're rolling but on the go. Running for my life. Feel the light. Running for my life. Running for my life.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving in.
I can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
Good evening, one and all, and welcome back to the RSC EU Season 12 Master Playoff Grand Final. We're here for the final time tonight. We've been through so many series tonight in the pursuit of finding the greatest Master team this season. It has come down to two. The Valkyrie Knights Dragar side in the upper final, in the grand final, in the upper bracket, as it were, and one that many people did not expect to see here. Not a single person in the RSCast predictions, at the very least, Transcend, the Momentum franchise master team, are coming here from the lower bracket. They've been through hell to get here. A lot of best of fives, Danny, and you were one to reside over in the lower final. I unfortunately could not make that one. You stepped in. I appreciate that so much. You saw that go to Game 5. Are you expecting this grand final to be as exciting as that lower final was?
No.
Well, there you go. There's your answer. It's cut and dry. It's pretty clear that this is going to be over, done and dusted as quick as possible. But that's not quite the case, is it, Danny? Because in the green room, your prediction, I'm just going to throw it out there straight away, because it's pointless going into the stats of it all. The fact of the matter is that Draga and Transcend are already here. You believe that Transcend are going to 4-0 from the lower bracket and in the bracket reset. You expect a bracket reset, you want one. I know you're a little bit, jaded and cynical about this whole thing and predictions in general, but it's quite out there to say that Transcend are going to 8-0 Droga from the lower bracket.
Yeah. You've got an issue with that, Vector. Come on.
No,
Say
not
that,
an issue. I'm curious. I'm interested. I'm trying to figure out your mental state here into why you believe that this is even a remote possibility.
Right, so you want to know what my mental state is, Vector?
Yes.
Right.
Am I going to regret this question? Yeah, it's just gone. It's just left. Well, I guess it's just me. You're going to have to deal with me for the next hour or two, depending on how long this series, maybe 2, is going to go. But the fact of the matter is, as I said before, Droga versus Transcend here in the grand final. Now, a couple of the RS Cast predictions were the fact that Droga were going to end up here in the upper bracket in the grand final. That would be Buddha and Kingsman. I'm going to call them out now because they were correct. Droga ended up here. At this point, they expected Buddha, Phoenix to be in the lower bracket. They thought that Droga were going to 4-3 there. And Kingsman expected Dogon to be here, but neither of those names are anywhere near this grand final because Dogon got took down in the first match of the night in the upper semi-final by the grand finalists here in Droga, 3-1. And then they got taken down by Infinity, the Green Phoenix, in the lower quarter-final. And Phoenix themselves, well, they never, they did exist here. They were in the playing round 2, but they didn't make it to the playoffs proper. Unfortunately for them, they got taken down by the very same Infinity. Now, I've heard rumor, I've heard tell, I didn't watch it, I was indisposed, that the lower final wasn't all that good. Danny boy, you were there for it. I've just posited that, it was quite exciting because it went to game 5, but according to you and according to Mal, it wasn't all that exciting.
Look, that walk-off is what I wanted to do during that final. That lower final, to be more specific, because the first match, 7-4, was the opening game. It should have been much closer, 3-3, maybe 4-3. An own goal, clear open net miss, and you're sort of going... This is also by the side that just came from the upper side. First time dropping down, yes, pressure. It can get to you. That shouldn't happen to any at the side here. And Vector, as much as we can sit there and talk about what a standard should be, it's what the players put on the pitch. That's why they're not in the grand final. Transcend has played exceptionally well, and I've said this on the B stream, they shouldn't be here. But I'm going to have to happily admit here, I'm wrong, Vector. They deserve to be here.
A rare occurrence, an admittance of not guilt necessarily, but just a mistake by Danny Boy. It's completely valid to say that they don't deserve to be in the lower bracket at the very least. They deserve to be in the grand final. They've come all the way from play-in round 2. They 3-1'd Hades. They've been through 3 best of 5s. They've gone all the way to game 5 against Iovi, against Infinity, and eventually against Nox, who went to a game 5 against Droga not that long ago. So by all accounts, Transcend are on the up. It stands to reason. Their name is what they're living up to. They are transcending what many believed was their limit, their peak. They are through the glass ceiling very clearly. They can see the light of the sun. All that is left is this flying Valkyrie Knight in the form of Droga to take them down. Concurrent grand finalists. Remember, they were grand finalists last season. They won it out. Peachy Boy, I can't remember exactly who it was. Peachy Boy Monkey Mode. And it escapes my mind who the third player was, but they've replaced whoever it was with Charm, which I think is, I don't want to say it's an upgrade necessarily, I don't want to badmouth whoever it was that was on that team prior last season that won it out, but Charm is an extremely potent player in the Master Division, so to replace whoever it was with him is it's an equivalency. They are just as good at any stretch of the imagination. So I'm expecting this to be a very difficult battle for Transcend. I think Droga are definitely going to be put to the test. I don't think it'll be easy. I believe it will go 4-2 to the Valkyrie Knight side here in the end. But Transcend have got a lot to say. They've been speaking all night. They've been shouting. They've been screaming. Can they continue to do so here in the grand final, or will they be silenced by a flying Valkyrie Knights? It seems as though they could be here. 1 goal in, first minute.
Well, it was a kind introduction, and what a statement it set up to put this side that we talk about Jogger as being on the pedestal to be already effectively by so many to be crowned by champions, because nobody expects Transcend to do a single thing in this grand final.
Not at all.
Not one jot here. However, I've got a bit of beliefs into them, but for a simple fact, maybe out of foolishness here, but Monkey Mode with one play, and that's a decent save there by Rapid.
Everybody loves to root for an underdog, but sometimes they're not going to get thrown a bone, as Peachy Boy already with a brace here, not even 2 minutes into this game, does it all alone through the corner, essentially a 1v3 as he carries it around, just enough boost to take it past the final man, but Transcend already looking like they're struggling against the defending champions here in Droga. And as I said, Peachy Boy and Monkey Mode coming from that team last season. They know what it's like to be in a grand final. They know what it's like to be victors of a grand final, and they sure as hell are showing it right now. Of course, there is so much more Rocket League left to go. 3 minutes left of this opening game in particular, as Monkey Mode picks it up off the sidewall. Rapids will be there to cut him out. Jushu trying to pick it up. Former player of Hades here, Jushu now going to try and take this over all three. He did well to get the reset and then flick it by. I think that was initially off target, but the Droga defense was happy enough to escort that away from the line and keep this 2-goal lead intact.
Apparently so. It's quite easy to back the favourites and allow the side to take their rightful place as maybe champions elect here, and things has just got a lot worse here. Somebody has left the lobby, and it has been Transcend. Unfortunately, by rules and distinction, they can't do anything. It's the second time it's happened tonight alone, but thankfully no damage here.
Very strange occurrences in the Master Playoffs, it seems. But no great damage, no lasting damage done, as he did rejoin quite rapidly. And to be honest, when they were a player down, when they were just 2 players strong, they had a couple of decent chances there, Transcend, and another one goes begging. But we're seeing some positive signs from the Momentum franchise side, trying to get back onto the offensive end and make sure they're not pinned into their own half, is something that Droga have been so magnificent at doing throughout the regular season and here in the playoffs tonight, is just keeping their opponents downtrodden in the dirt, making sure they don't have any hope of getting out of their own half, as DMY, or Dreamy, as I want to call it out. Potter, the GM himself, DM'd me just before we started. DMY's name is Dreamy. You can call yourself how that actually makes any sense. I suppose there's a few letters there that actually sound like Dream, but why does he just put Dreamy instead of DMY? I assume he's trying to be edgy. I don't know what the case is, but that helps him in the Rocket League game. Who knows? But they've got to the grand final here, so gotta say it gives them some sort of edge. They haven't quite managed to get anything past this strong, stalwart defense that Droga keeps managing to put up so far.
Roberts from the back lines here, and we'll have talked about whether it was Dreamy or not. Here he is, one of those players that you look at and you sort of going, is he being edgy? If so, it doesn't work out very well here in the defense here. Not really showing much resilience this time around here. As Peachy, one touch, well, will be dropping into the ground here. And as things go in terms of the opening match here, it hasn't been too bad here.
Perhaps it's a play on like the American dream. You have to be asleep to believe it. Perhaps that is
no.
very much the case that Transcend are finding themselves in. This is a bit of a dream right now that they're even in the grand final. Maybe they themselves weren't quite sure that this was going to be reality, but it is absolutely the case that they are here. They must fight for it, as Dreamy himself does extremely well to get it past another. Jushu will find his way through. They will not be kept out. They will not be clean sheeted here in the first game, the opener of the grand final, as they take their time, they work this well. All of that was down to Dreamy. Managed to get the second touch past the defender, and now they are only 1 away from a potential overtime. Just 25 seconds left. Are they capable of doing this off the kickoff? They'll find the way through! Dreamy himself, the man we've been talking about, finally wakes up, opens the scoring for himself, but opens it up, doubles it up for his team in Transcend. And this dream just continues to roll, Danny Boy. Are they capable of doing this in the grand final?
I think my heart is saying no here, so is the brain, but I would like to be wrong. It will be Dreamy himself here. Charms the last one back here. If it's a strong 50, it will force here the rotating third to be in a difficult situation. Pops up, Charm the follow it through here. You may say OT here. Both sides looking to kill that idea right off here. But no, a grand final, game 1, OT it is.
Exactly how you want to begin. 2 goals to the good for both sides, and an OT to decide between them. It's the only way to separate us. Peachy Boy, with plenty of boost, will take this all the way over. Doesn't even need to finish it himself. He just Jedi mind tricks the defense to put it in for him. I think it was eventually to call him out because it's necessary. Dreamy, I think he jumped initially, maybe came off the post awkwardly. Whatever the case, it ended up coming off his own front bumper to give Draga the first game in this best of 7, the first of the night, potentially the first of 2 should Transcend actually manage to get any games from this series. And they came damn close in this opener. They just didn't quite have the grit necessary to keep Valkyrie Knights out long enough. And Peachy Boy absolutely storming through this grand final already. 3 goals to the good, 6 shots to get it, and 3 saves as well, contributing in every metric. And such an exceptional player last season continues to do the same this season as well. But still, very, very close game, and I'm expecting the series to continue that way.
I sincerely hope so, for the sake of a grand final from the neutral perspective, because it needs to have that. We can't have a complete blowout. Now, of course, if you're a fan of Jogger, that's what you're hoping for.
Oh, yeah.
I will say this about PT. If he keeps on that, he'd be deserving of an MVP. He did not put a foot really wrong there. And Dreamy, alright, yes, in the wrong position. Yes, the own goal has happened. But Transcend shouldn't be focusing on that. They got themselves back into it after basically trailing for 4+ minutes in the opening game here. If they can keep that style, that pressure and everything else going, we will have a close series. That's what we're hoping for, at least.
I don't doubt it. If they can convert those chances sooner, they give themselves more of an opportunity to get in the series. Of course, they only needed a minute. I mean, I say a minute, they needed 25 seconds. They scored 2 goals within 30 seconds to get themselves to that overtime. If they can manage to do that within 2 minutes towards the end of the game, then they might have a chance to completely avoid an overtime in the first place. But of course, what will be in their minds is avoiding conceding early on against a Droga side that is very comfortable being in the lead, maintaining control and dominion over the scoreline and over the entirety of the Rocket League field here on Forbidden Temple. They're looking to do the same as Peachy Boy rotates out. I think he kind of 360'd there for a moment, not expecting the chance to come through. And an opportunity wasted for Droga's sake, but I'm certain we'll get quite a few more within these next 4.5 minutes.
It's a decent save. It will be Dreamy who will be cut out there, and that's a lack of comms being put across here. Rapid sitting quite comfortably waiting for the play there, and it's one thing that Jogger does well here, and that's the ability to slow the game down just enough where it baits a player in and pops it over. They do it so consistently here that Transcend's got to be much more smarter if they want to take this game to them.
It's like fishing. You just gotta bait the line a little bit, tug it every now and then just to pull the offending player in. Make sure they know that you're just about ready to take it out of their hand. Get it past them if necessary, as 2 defenders as necessary to take it out of their hands. An incredible pass down to Charm, who gets a snapshot away, but it takes 2 defenders once again to keep it off of the line. And they're defending for their lives here, Transcend. Already 3 within the first 2 minutes. And they've only got 1 shot to their name as well, so they're very much on the bad end of the stick. But of course, Droga, I mean, at this point, it's hard to say that they're not inevitable. A double commit that actually ended up working in their favor, and Monkey Mo gets extremely fortunate that this bounces off of him, essentially pinballs off of him through the crossbar there, the woodwork working in their favor. They get the opening goal once again, but not necessarily from a clear and open play. Transcend just need to start controlling their backline and make sure that the midfield isn't so wide open like this opportunity here. And then they won't be getting exposed nearly as much.
Just like that. That's how things gets kicked off here in the second game, and Charm looking to do
goodness gracious,
some more.
You cannot. What a
save! Second save follows across here. This is incredible. You might be saying Transcend's not good enough at the moment, but 2 saves like that just keeps it at 1-0.
I would have bet a house on that going in. That was an unbelievable passing play from Droga, but somehow DM, I think that was Dreamy, got in the way of that. All three Transcend players have got 2 saves to their name as Rapids takes out Charm. It will be Peachy Boy to in and out this one off the line. He can only pass it to Charm Rapids here. It's a bit of a risky play, just throwing it to the mid and hoping that your teammate is there. Drogger always waiting in the wings, ready to pounce on any chance that you give them. Any sort of space, as Peachy Boy does here, send it to the sky to try and pull from Transcend's fuel reserves here as Monkey Ball does it once again. It's just too easy. The man makes it look like child's play.
And sometimes when you have basically the kids' toys being thrown out of the pram, Transcend just sits there and just not able to respond. Here it is, as you describe, Hector. Child's play, it's simple as it gets here. And this keeps on here. I hope, for Transcend's sake, they call a timeout here, because you can easily get wrapped up in emotion, and that will be their maybe first attempt, second attempt, not even good enough to be on target.
It's a strategic decision at this point. Do you go for a timeout when you've lost 2 games in a row? But before we get onto all that, that's future thought. That's 1 minute and 44 seconds away, because Transcend have got a goal back much sooner than they did in the first game. And as we talked about, as we posited briefly, that this is what's important. They needed to get a goal much earlier than they did to give themselves a chance of even avoiding the overtime. They seem to wake up later on in the game, as though Drogger's sort of slowed down and maybe and maybe rested on their laurels, got a little bit complacent with the 2-goal lead. They know that it was not necessarily enough in the first, and obviously they want to score as many goals as they possibly can, but they've got a Transcend team in the way that have scrapped and fought their way tooth and nail through the lower bracket. They understand the definition of grit. They know how to defend, there's no doubt about that. But they need to get out on the other side of the field as well, or they're going to start getting punished. Whether or not that's based on individual brilliance, as we see here from Peachy Boy, delays the play so well. There has to be a third man dealing with that ball before it gets anywhere near Charm, to be honest.
I'd argue there needs to be a second man.
No, that too, but there were 2 players in that. It was a double commit that Peachy Boy managed to flick over, so they only had the third man to actually remedy that situation. Unfortunately for him, he got beaten. Can they beat the midfield control of Drog here? No. Oh my goodness, Peachy Boy, he's always there. He's so wide, he's so large that he can just 50 through absolutely everything as Charm rattles the crossbar looking for the 4th. Won't be enough. But of course, all they need to do is hold on to this 2-goal lead. And even when they collide with each other, they somehow still find a way to react, to just completely find the necessary steps to get back through. Speaking of, they don't do necessary steps to prevent Jushu finding his brace here all the way down the field. They bring it to within 1 with 35 seconds left. Again, is another overtime on the cards then?
I hope so, because Transcend, as you said earlier, has that ability to get back in tape late in the games itself here, and they deserved at least to show what they are capable of doing.
There it is.
And that's 3-3.
A step up from the 2-2 we saw, and just slight cracks opening up in the Draugr midfield here in the rotation. Sometimes when the first man, they seem to have so much trust in one another's ability to win those 50-50s, those initial plays, that they don't necessarily think about the rotation. They might turn ball cam off for a split second, which is enough to break down that rotation. So they're struggling in that side of things, as Charm just about scoops this one off of the goal line. There was no Transcend player ready to send it away. Maybe they're a little bit skittish about sending the cavalry, shall we say, but Jushu's already up the field, and that's going to be sent to the backboard. Dreamy keeps it in the blue half, or the red half, shall I say, in terms of Valkyrie Knights. But it doesn't really matter, because we're back in another overtime on the bounce, this time a 3-3. I struggle to say whether or not this is going to go Transcend's way. It's very much in the balance.
Well, with a per challenge like that, you would just sense it was already gone here. It's near enough. In fact, already past the last time. 12 seconds what it was. Maybe on the keeper. No. And Rapid's got to be careful of Charm here. That's a flicker. Oh!
Sweet as you like. Peachy Boy down the middle with the flick. Got the blocker. Didn't even need it. Sends it far post. Top bins. First goal of the game, you'd feel like it was his third. He already got a hat-trick. Make it 4 for the series. You called him out as the potential... Wait, was it Monkey Mode?
Peachy.
It was Peachy Boy. You called him out as a potential MVP performance in just the first game. And he continues to compound upon that. 700 points plus in the first and now 600 here. He is the catalyst for this team. He is that guy. And that's a very difficult thing to do alongside players such as Monkey Mode and Sham, to be that shining star, to somehow be brighter than the teammates that you currently have. The fact that it is coming down to overtimes, that it is just 1 goal in these games, we have to give a lot of credit to Transcend, their ability to at least exploit the mistakes that Droga are making, but it almost feels like a carrot and the stick situation, where Droga, as you said it at you mentioned it at the moment in the first game, where they're so adept at pulling out defenders, at creating the honeypot situation, so we say. In that they slow the play down, they make sure that they take their time and plan out their approach to the offense. They do the exact same thing within the games themselves. It's sort of a meta level in that they give them the hope and then they just drag it away from them so desperately. Oh, we got an overtime? No problem. We're going to score regardless. So that can be much more of a mental blocker for Transcend here. We don't see an overtime called. This will be their last chance. Should they lose this game, Droga will be on championship point. So if you are a fan of the Momentum franchise, of this team, you better start crossing all the things that you have available, because Droga are absolutely on a mission right now.
Well, you're at it. You might want to get charms or touch a piece of wood and start knocking a few times. Maybe even a prayer might even do some wonders as well, because frankly, which briefly said, and you're talking about the MVP, it's understandable the fact you think of Monkey. Peachy's playing exceptionally well here, and I don't say this often, but this side here is an absolute treat.
I'm sorry, Danny, I had to interrupt that one because that was an incredible attempt of the sidewall there. It was almost unfortunate that Peachy Boy stopped it in its tracks, but yeah, continue your thought. I apologise.
It's not a problem, not at all, because something spectacular happens, rightly so. That's the reaction you should have.
Yeah.
But Droga, they probably deserve that reaction as a team. They played that well so far, not just probably in their league play, but in a grand final like this. You talk about the record, they've been here before and won it. They're showing exactly the type of metal that they have to have here, and that should have been buried, and that's the first mistake Peachy's made all night.
Without a doubt, uncharacteristic miss on the offensive side. I want to remedy that as soon as he possibly can, as he does here. We don't even have time to mention his mistakes before he's already made up for them. Of course, plenty of credit goes to Monkey Mode here, in that he created the opportunity, wanted to finish it off himself, but the crossbar would deny. Peachy Boy in the perfect position. These guys have played together for so long now. They've been in the grand final. They have been victors of the grand final last season. They are well accustomed to the position that they are currently in, and they understand each other like clockwork. It is no surprise that they are ready to make up for one another's errors. As Monkey Mode to pick this up all along. Will he flick it over? Actually, that was a bit of a deceptive play. If I'm looking at it correctly, he just does this all alone. Just you, so unfortunate to be in this situation. Assumed that was going top left corner, I believe, and just had to backflip to hope that he got a touch on it. To no avail. 2-0 Droga.
And if you were for Transcend, the respective thoughts here is that they come back late in games here. It's only 2 minutes gone by here. They have to at least get the next goal to even have a formula of a thought here that just even wish they have this game to be tighter here as Rapids. That's a poor touch in the grand scheme of things here. And you just sense here that this might just be the victory lap. And Droga here should be taking every moment in at the moment and just somewhat enjoying this grand final, because it's far too comfortable by any standard.
You never want to go into any game already thinking that you have maybe a 1 or 2 goal handicap against you. Maybe make it 3 at this point, as the blocker comes hurtling through. Monkey Mo gets the flick and the bump to take Dreamy out of the play entirely. Defense, simply an afterthought. there as Charm opens his scoring account as well. All 3 players now on the score sheet for Draugr, a complete team effort. A Monkey Mode looking to make it too, unless he gets disrupted, he will do. Put to the cross there by Rapids as it's hurtled across the goal line once more. Peachy Boy with his second attempt of the game will be denied, but really they're completely in control. They're on a Sunday drive right now. There is very, very little pressure being sent across to the Valkyrie Knight side of the field. This is one of the few times that I can think of it being in the red half, and it's immediately sent back. They've got so little presence going forward through the midfield. They're so frightened of Draugr's ability to take it through their own half. They don't want to take it across the field, but they do manage to do so. Here is Jushu on the cherry picker attempt, does not manage to get it through. A good beat on 2 players, but it's just simply not enough to get it through the midfield. You've got to have more of a presence on the offensive half.
Certainly, it's been pretty much how everything has happened. Juju's been up and it's been like a mark, some sort of target man gets it up and hopefully he's able to maybe score one here as the 4th one is put in here. And this is the first time we won't be having an OT, let's be frank about it. And do you know what? Draugr's played too well. It's just the case of you don't have the firepower to play against it, and they're just getting outmatched at the moment.
Outmatched, outpaced, outgunned, every single out that you can really think of. Of course, there's a sort of recency bias with this in that, of course, they 4-0'd this game as it stands. It could, of course, get some consolation here, Transcend, in the final minute. But in the first 2 games, overtimes, 2-2, 3-3, they give us every reason to believe they had the chance, the hope, the fleeting feeling, the possibility of taking those games, and maybe it was just overtimes that they struggle with. But as I said before, it felt as though it was a guarantee that Draugr were going to score at least 1, at least 2 in every single game in this series. That is what came to pass. Transcend managed to match that in the first 2, but not here. This is when Draugr have woken up. This is when they've taken the gloves off. All right, no more playtime. We want to end this quickly. And following this game, that's exactly what they hope to do. Championship point for the current defending champions, Valkyrie Knights, in the Master Division. They have to take a timeout at this point. There is no other option. They have to go back to the drawing board.
They should have took the timeout last time around. They shouldn't have been at the sort of 3-0 at the hilt sort of type situation here. And the fact that we haven't even seen it typed out by now, I think Transcend, and this is me personally, and I could be reading the game wrong. They've all readied up, so probably I'm going to be right here. They're done. They're mentally finished. You said it. They had 2-3 goals. They came back and they had that fight. To me, this just shows that they want it done. They just want this 4-0 sweep, call it a night, and not even try to chip away at Draugr. But they haven't shown enough to get past that line. They needed to win the first 2 games. They haven't done that. So I would say, personally, this is GG's. This is done.
By any metric, if they had a coach at this point, I assume they don't. 2 overtime losses, you take a timeout, no matter what the situation is in the series. Something needs to change, if not at the very least to slow down your opponent, to slow their roll. It is so much worse to get that much closer, to be on the precipice and then just be denied it at the very final moment, to be so close to victory, to taste it and have it yanked away from you by the team from the upper bracket. Remember, they have got their second life. They have still got that to rely on. They have still got 5 games at the minimum to lose to have a chance of winning this championship. As we see the first lead taken by Transcend, they open the scoring 4 seconds in. This is very unexpected. Peachy Boy jumped early, assuming the high shot, and Rapids gave him the eyes, puts it bottom left corner. Is this the beginning of something? I know from your cynical, jaded viewpoint, Danny boy, this is very much a flash in the pan. This means nothing. It's one goal. You know, it's a drop in the ocean, as it were, against such a side as Draga.
I wouldn't mind if you watch their lower bracket final, the one of the game off stream. They've done a reverse sweep Affinity. They've done the reverse sweep, so they have done it, but
There's
no,
precedent for it.
Yes, but no, they're not good enough at the moment. They haven't shown enough for it. So, frankly, yes, my jaded rose-tinted glasses, even though I had a 4-0 prediction for them to win it, they're not going to do it. They've scored the second one, though. I still think they're not going to do it.
I wonder what it would take. What is the number? Is it 4-0? Is it 5-0? To give us some indication. But it is only one game. I will grant you that. The scoreline
to
is
win
irrelevant.
the next 4 games, and maybe I'll say yes.
Then maybe we get to that point. Of course, your prediction was completely dashed after the first. Transcend were not going to take this this series in a 4-0, and certainly not the second, as it stands. They are now 7 games away, 3 games away from this one, and 4 away from the next. As they score the 3rd goal, I am not entirely sure what in the world is happening right now. Transcend have scored 3 goals within a minute. It's like they took a timeout without taking a timeout. Something has changed. They've got more confidence. They respect Draga less. Are Draga doing this on purpose? Do they want this to go to a game 7? Do they want to hurt their opponents that much more, get them to Champions Field and then tear it away from the last moment? I wouldn't put it past them. They've got that ability. I wouldn't doubt it, but I don't think you ever want to take such a risk at such a point here in the season. At the very end, you want to put this to bed right now.
If that's the game plan, Vector, to bring them to game 7 and suddenly just win it, turn it on effectively, so I actually would have no respect for these 3 players then.
Which side? Transcend or Draga?
Draga, I'm
Right.
I'm sorry, but if you want to humiliate, if you want to embarrass your opposition, thrash them
Dominate
in game 4. Show double digits, because we were talking to Sauce earlier and talking about the old overlay. Back in the day when if you scored double digits, the overlay was broke.
That's the ultimate insult. It's tantamount to cyberbullying. If you beat your opponent so badly, but they do manage to get one through here. Just sans the 3rd minute, or the 2nd minute, shall I say, as Dreamy tries desperately to find his way back to that ball and prevent the quick counterplay. Peachy Boy, as he does, opens the scoring for Draga. It's hard to say whether or not 3 goals is going to be enough for Transcend to hold on to. We know how prolific Draga is in this tier. Throughout the regular season, they were absolutely exceptional. They did everything right. They got first seed. They were deservedly in the upper bracket for these playoffs. And they know how to score goals. That is a given. So I'm not expecting them to be left shy here. Actually, they came 2nd seed. Nox that was first. My mistake. They were same game wins, 49-49, but 200 goals throughout the regular season for Draga. They are no strangers to offense, but they are strangers to this. They are very confused about the fact that their opponents here in the grand final are scoring more than them in game 4. Very strange affair.
First time they've actually scored 4 goals at any stage here.
Yeah.
It's always been sent into an OT here. The fact that we're looking at the possibility of Draga actually losing a game here of any shape or proportion is just madness right now. So
I will pause it. I thought it would be 4-2 to Draga, so I'm sort of on the level now. It's probably going to be 4-1 should anything not crazy happen here for Draga's sake. But yeah, I am surprised that there is this margin at the very least, considering what we've seen from Transcend in prior games.
I think if anybody, as you said, watched the game 1, we would quite literally go, that's 4-0 sweep, GG's, call the stream over and have it done here.
Game
But
3,
the fact, yeah, game 3. Because the fact that the first 2 games was at OT, it was tight, it was competitive, and then it slowly gets blown out of the water. Why is it taking that long? That's the bit that's sort of screaming in my head here, sort of, this doesn't make sense tonight.
it's the beauty of the game. It's the unpredictability.
I don't
see
like that.
constantly. You like everything to be orderly and make sense. It's an incredible save here comes out from Rapids, the second of the game, to prevent Droga. Oh my, that definitely should have gone in for the fifth, but will not be ruining it too badly, of course, with the 3-goal lead.
How will he sleep at night when missing that one?
I don't know. It's a miss. They definitely kicked themselves over in the first two games, shall I say. If they missed that to prevent the overtime, then I'd definitely be having words with my teammates if they ended up doing that. But going back to the previous point, situation we didn't expect to see. Droga not used to being behind, not used to being in the deficit as they find their second here with 19 seconds left. It is still on the cards. They could still drag this to overtime. I would love to see a 2-2, then a 3-3, then a 4-4. Unlikely. I don't know. I wouldn't bet against Droga to actually pull this off. But still, got to give it to Transcend. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them, despite how much Droga feel like they've fallen off here in this this fourth game. Transcend have shown that they're capable of this. Got 2 goals in the first, they got 3 goals in the second. They matched Droga stride for stride beside the overtimes. But this time, they managed to defend better. They managed the midfield much better. They weren't fearful. They weren't skittish about going upfield and challenging Droga, about cutting them out before they even developed their offense, which is something that we see from so many teams. They sit back for far too much. They're far too passive, and that allows their opponent to play their game and dictate the pace of the game, especially something that Droga are exceptional at. They are so efficient with their offense. But something has changed for Transcend here. They only had to make 4 saves, which is surprising considering the offense that they're up against.
I think it'd be also fair to say that we didn't see the Peachy show effectively. We didn't see that straight attacking aggression. We didn't see what Monkey's strong ability dominating most of the pitch. It wasn't the same Droga we had seen in 3 games. But again, Transcend, they can only play what's in front of them. They done what they needed to do to prevent championship point, but hold on, there's another championship point, and then another championship point. You see where this is going here?
It's always hanging over them. It's always the pressure in the back of their mind. I mean, there's plenty of pressure in the grand final, as it is, but they are literally on their final life. If Transcend do not win these next 3 games, they are out. Their season is done. Second place, it's all right. But it's easy to say that second place is first loser. They've come all this way. They've come from the play-ins. They have fought and scrapped and gone against every single prediction. Kingsman was the only guy that thought Transcend would even be in the playoffs, and he thought they'd go out in lower round 1. He thought they'd only get a game in the playoffs. They've got all of this way. What would it be for? They've got something to prove here. And they're up against the wall. They are very much pressed into the corner. And I've said it before, that's the most dangerous place for an animal to be, Danny Boy, is in the corner. When they've got nothing left to lose, when they have everything to fight for, shall we say, here in the grand final. And you might say that we're playing it up a little bit, dramatizing it, at least I am. But it is all on the line. It is that important to these players. If not just for their own egos, if nothing else. Prize pool be damned for them, as Peachy Boy with an unexpected double to open the scoring in Game 5. I don't think this is an indication of just how this game is going to go. Of course, Transcend, the only game they've won is the game that they scored in first, last game. And Droga have won every single game that they've scored in first. So, based on that metric, the championship ends right here.
And if that was, we'd be having an early night and be the interviews, and everybody else would be delighting with that. Per Sauce would be saying, why can I have this instead of the only bracket reset of the evening? But Vector, your point of the Amnel, the back against their wall, I would agree with that analogy, but the problem is I disagree wholeheartedly as Rapid puts it in here. They've got nothing left to prove, Transcend. Everybody had them out. Everybody didn't even have a thought or a care about them. Every win since this playoff is a bonus. Here is just a chance to say you were wrong.
I agree to some degree, but again, I go back to it. What is it all for? What is it all worth if you don't eventually go on and win it? The Cinderella story, the run to end it all, to prove everybody wrong, has to end on a high note. You have to do it with a trophy. And right now, Droga are desperate to make sure that doesn't happen as they get the lead back, find their second goal, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Both goals assisted. The team play is coming back to fruition for Droga. Let's Transcend look to get back on the front foot themselves. Incredible double tap there to escort it back down the field as Dreamy sort of wins the 50. Goes back to the wrong half. Shrapis dives on it. Jushu with the car whose name I can't remember sends it back down the field. Rapids to pick it up. Dreamy's there. Awkward third man position as Monkey Mode, as always, right there waiting for it down the field. A demo on Peachy Boy should open up space for them to get back out. But Charm, as the third man, commits early and keeps this pressure on. Something that Droga, again, keep talking about it, do so well. To get into the minds and under the skin of their opponents, never allow them to feel safe.
Practically crawling underneath the skin at this point. The fact that they're just jumping at any kind of movement just shows you that it's rapid, no touch, treble in the terms of commit here. And we might have had 3 championships points, 1 went down, the 3-1 up, but there is a engraver ready for the trophy.
There are a few plays more frightening than the delayed aerial, when you're not quite sure exactly what they're attempting to do. Charm, simple as you like, just buys this time. He waits, finds his second goal off of a 50, just off the edge of the line. A nice demo on the defender, but unfortunately the finish was not goal bound. They find each other once more. A double commit could open up for the third man. Jushu immediately, it's just in his instinct now to dive on that. He knows that Droga are almost always going to be there for the follow-up, but a massive miss opens up space for Rapids to find his brace. This is a rare collector's item from Charm here. Just kind of rushes it off the backboard in such an awkward place. His teammates guaranteed believed that Charm was going to get some sort of touch on that ball. Wasn't going to happen. Transcend dragged themselves back into this game.
You have to go back to game 2. It was 3-3 and it was in the dying seconds. We've got 2 minutes here to find that third and potentially the winner. As Transcend looking to do the unthinkable. So that ball needs to be moving down here. No support really. It's just poor positioning and it's allowed Droga to reset themselves. You can't afford to give them time and they have done exactly that.
Side wall Monkey Mode doing it all alone. Almost sneaks it through to the near post. Peachy Boy to follow up. Jushu just about in the way. Didn't know much about it. Just jumped and hoped as it's pinged back up to the ceiling. Rapids has to deal with it. Turtles are... Is that a rule 1, rule 2, whatever you want to call it, in the back of the Transcend net. Peachy Boy and Dreamy locking horns. A temporary 2v2 here in game 5. This could be crucial for Transcend. Does this favor them? Are Charm and Monkey Mode good enough at 2s to prevent Rapids and Jushu finding their way through? They get back onto the offensive. Can Jushu find a touch on target? But he passes it to Rapids to equalize the game. That felt like, if anybody watches F1 here, that felt like a safety car situation. It was just giving them a lifeline, a chance for Transcend to get back into this. We go back to the same scoreline as game 2. That was an incredible moment. That could be crucial for this series.
Nullified by player. The action. You want the safety car. I think it's all the green lights ready and waving to go here. As that ball downfield here, potential touch. And Dreamy's just got to do something here to be effective to the play and Rapid. That's a deep third man challenge in the grand scheme of things. And do you know what?
1v1.
Do you fancy your chances? Unfortunately, you have to be alive to take them.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to kind of tip the scales in your favor in Rocket League. If If a 1v1 situation doesn't favor you, you call in your teammate, take out the man that's trying to find their way through as the final 10 seconds ticks away in the favor of Droga. Peachy Boy with a little bit of boost will get accosted here, but he gets the bump. Monkey Bone misses the chance to take it away. That would have been the end of it all, but we find ourselves in the fourth overtime, or the third overtime of this series. My mistake. Oh my goodness. If Droga score, it will be the end of everything in the Master Playoffs. But if Transcend can find another, they will get one more chance at the bit. They flick it over one here to try and get out of their own defense. Dreamy will get a free clearance up to Jushu. That's straight to the backboard. Who's going to get it? Peachy Boy will miss. Dreamy doesn't quite have the angle, but they're in the right half of the field for their sake.
After hundreds of games, it nearly ended there. Rapids has been ended on the goal line once more here, and it will be tipped up by him from the stone demo here. Dreamy with one touch, not happening. Rapids, he has a passing option. No boost here, he has to go for it. Is there anybody to finish it off? It's been tempted, it's been teased, but there is not the finished product.
A minute into this overtime, that's going to be on target, thankfully for Transcend. Just Shoot is back there with the boost, going to take it all the way over. The safe option, send it to Rapids, but it will be Monkey Mode to 50 through. Peachy Boy leaves it for Charm, pops it high, low boost for Transcend. Monkey Mode could beat there, Rapids does commit, and make sure that no aerial comes through as Dreamy to absolutely leather it through the corner. Charm with enough boost to take the aerial, won't go for the reset. Rapids was ready for it, but Monkey Mode awkward through the corner means they cannot consolidate that offense. It's sent right back down the field. The tennis rally has started. Could Dreamy end it here? It's just you can't either. A double commit. We've seen quite a few from Transcend here, getting a little bit jittery in their boots as Peachy Boy comes hurtling down the wing to try and take that through. Rapids touch up. That might not have been a good idea as Monkey Mode with the reset, thankfully. Transcend have learned their lesson. Do not allow Peachy Boy time in the air.
The favourites looking to take it. Is this the 1v1 demo? Fabulously taken there. Rapids, that's a poor touch. And it's allowing maybe the next MVP to have his turn as Charm now. Will have options here. He has backed away to his final third from his own corner. Rapids just can only tip it here. And the man who had the chance to win it before fires it. Another block here. And we have played near enough a half of an additional game.
Charm to cut out the midfield play for Transcend. Dreamy to send it hurtling back down. Jushu's there with the demo. This leaves Monkey Mode awkwardly. Try and get this one out of his own half. Does exceptionally well. Is in position to extend this play. Rapids is going to miss with allowing a free shot. Double commit to keep it out. Dreamy in position to try and send it even further beyond as Charm will get 50 through. Rapids gets a touch across to Jushu and they're winning the aerial battle. It feels like right now Transcend Droga have been muted in the upper 50 of the field. They're not managing to get anything through the air. This passed across to Rapid. Could he get it in the post? No, Dream is there. Gets the finish. 4-3. Transcend take their second game of this series and keep themselves alive.
What you said earlier, what is it worth? What is the purpose? Where is the fight? 2 games at the start of this best of 7, they had lost the OT. 30 plus seconds was made the difference. Could have been 2-0 up, 1-1, but they were 0-2 down. They faced 3 championship points. They are now within 1 game, Vector, to tying this best of 7 up.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, that game was not good for the shooting percentages. 15 shots to 3 goals for Droga, and 11 shots to 4 goals for Transcend. But I'm sure they won't mind. I'm gonna need to pace myself for this series. If that's any indication, that was the most exciting, most tense, most nail-biting overtime we've had, and we've had 3 of them in this series so far. I would not expect there to be any fewer. I think that should this series go beyond the next game, that we'll expect at least 1 more. But of course, not yet on Champions Field. Transcend must do this 1 more time. They must go through this grinder at least 1 more time here on Neo Tokyo, a rare sight. Well, I say a rare sight, it's the only sight we've seen, of course. It's the only best of 7 of the night. This is the only time that Neo Tokyo rears its head, shall we say, in Game 6. I'm very much on the Transcend train right now. I mean, I love to root for an underdog. There's no doubt about that. But after that game went, his exhaustion started to become a factor here. We know how well Droga can play. They have played far fewer games than Transcend have tonight. It's very much the case of experience versus exhaustion. And whether or not Droga can keep their nerve for the second successive championship.
That's a good question. And Dreamy will punch one right through. Droger, you might have experience, you might have a crown. How is that going to be defended?
Well, that's the first hole in the boat of Droga's hope of consecutive championship. Of course, as we said, well, I said, the only game that Transcend won besides the last game was the one that they scored first in. Game 4, they staved off the clean sweep that Droga had in mind. And now they're really starting to ramp up. That overtime victory, I cannot tell you how important that was as a double commit whiff off the backboard does not get capitalized on by Transcend. That was so unfortunate for Rapids. He does keep it in a dangerous place for Droga's sake, that they don't make enough of the opportunity to give themselves a double goal lead. I mean, does those words even make sense at this point? I'm not entirely sure. All I know that Transcend are in the lead, and they have got the go-ahead to get to Champions Field. That can they hold on to it? Honestly, this is Droga's to lose. At this point, they thought this was going to be a clean sweep. They thought this was going to be a walk in the park. They have been absolutely blindsided, and I am all here for it.
Another attempt here, double commit. Transcend had the chance to go in the lead here, and this is unfortunate. Oh, I love this game sometimes.
I can relate to the laughter there, because that was brilliance to awfulness within a femtosecond. Dreamy did, I don't want to say everything right, because that was his only option, to try and say that off the crossbar, but then he found himself in the worst position that you can imagine there. Ends up own goaling off of someone else's aerial. I think he needs to move past that just as quickly as it happened. Make sure that I hope to goodness that his teammates didn't blame him for that one, because that is just a situation that no one wants to find themselves in. Regardless, it has equalized the game for Droga here by no merit, well, not much merit of their own, as Jushu was beaten by Peachy Boy once again. Not much boost, but he will beat the third man. It's in such a dangerous position. Somehow Dreamy gets away with it, putting it across his own goal line. Monkey Boy with the bump once again, but Jushu comes to the rescue, sacrifices his life for it, but he keeps the game equal. Incredible play.
And he's again blocking what would have been Joggers, but 4 for 5th phase of play there. It just shows you how quickly things can heat up in the chains of battle. That's another save, and that's the second touch that goes into your own goal.
What are you going to do at this point? It must feel cursed. The double commit that pinches between them. It was actually Jushu that pushed it down onto to Dreamy's bonnet there. Front post rotation, never the greatest decision. In that instance, I feel like I can forgive him, because he just needed to get to the ball as quickly as he could. But that is now 2 own goals that has given Droga the lead here in this game. Oh my goodness, how much more can go against Transcend here? They've spent all their luck just getting to this grand final. As you said earlier, a reverse sweep against one of the team's 3 game 5s just to make an appearance here, and now on the very edge of Game 7, they find themselves with 2 own goals via the same player. Is he going to redeem himself? Is he going to make a hero of this villainous story? He's off the sidewall with no boost, and Rapids can only punt it across the charm. Jushu is there, makes the right decision with enough boost to try and stop Monkey Mood clearing it out. A demo as well. Rapids can get the 50. Next touch to a double commit, though. That could have been the chance. And it's sent all the way back on the field with the punter, the flick on by Monkey Mode to make it 2. That could be the death knell.
A horrible set of players that combined to the natural disaster of Transcend's grand final. What this appearance means to them might mean everything. But they have, of course, still hope with about 1 minute 20 to find just one goal just to give a sniff of an opportunity, and it will start surely with Dream from the back lines.
Dreamy. He's gonna have to be woken up soon, otherwise this could really be painful. Jushu with the 50 across. Dreamy is there to send it to the corner. Monkey Ball will get the touch to deny Rapids as the third man. Forces Jushu to take it over the second. Beachy Boy, light touch, not enough boost to follow his own play. Does give Transcend a chance, but this one just finds its way through the lines. Dreamy almost gets dunked on. Not the position you want to be in. They really need to get out on the front foot here. As they get a touch across, but Peachy with plenty of boost to take it away. There's really no threat being leveled against Drogger's defense at the moment. In the final 30 seconds, bearing down upon Momentum Franchise's master season, I don't see this one happening.
You don't, I don't, the rest of them, but there's three players that have to believe. And Peachy once again being the difference maker. There's 12 odd seconds to be approaching here. If this ball gets whipped down quick enough, it has not, and Rapids has left that one a go. We had saw maybe the start of a comeback, but we will end where we all expected it.
Oh my goodness. I didn't want to be right. Throughout that series, I was just, every single game I was thinking, okay, maybe my prediction's completely wrong. Drago were going to take it in a 4-0. Then Transcend won one. Then they won a second. And I was like, okay, hold on a moment. I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to think this goes to Champions Field. There's a potential for a bracket reset here. But how painful this story. Cinderella just got shot. Is essentially the gist of what just happened here. Two own goals. That would have been a 1-1. We would be in overtime right now had Transcend not scored 2 own goals in the worst way possible. There was literally nothing they could do about the situations they were in other than stop the ball before it even got to that point. But it got to that point. It happened. And they couldn't pick up the pieces. They couldn't salvage it. And it is so devastating for me to even witness that. I can't imagine how the players must be feeling following that game.
Remind me never to ask you to read a kid's bedtime story.
This is the adult version, all right? This is the serious version.
Well, even the adult version has its own flair. Peachy Boy, for anybody who is in any doubt, the MVP, rightly deserves so. But look, I said this from the beginning, or at least during game 1 or 2 here. Transcend had nothing to prove. You said about winning, what's it worth, and that's fine. I'm a bit more of a different minded person here. They played what they had to do. They had to just show up today and at least get a win on the board here. They did that from the play-ins and they just kept going and going. Only Infinity had a longer run. And my word, they played exceptionally well here. And you know what? In the worst case scenario, or a better case, depending on your point of view, we could have had a 4-2 victory here for Transcend if the OTs went the other way. That didn't happen tonight, and maybe in another night it could have. They deserve all the credit here, but the champions for the back-to-back, that just shows you how good they can be. Maybe this should be in the Premier tier, not the Masters.
It's pretty easy to posit that potential. I feel like that is the level that they should be. I mean, maybe low to mid level, not maybe the upper echelons of Premier, shall we say, because that is very much pushing the bubble. But this is a team that has proven time and time again. Of course, Charm with the addition. It was I hate that I can't remember who the third guy was. Twitch chat probably told me who it was, and I didn't pay attention. But Peachy Boy and Monkey Mo, of course, Chris, who it was. I've just heard it in the background in my ear. It was Chris who was on that roster last season. They lost him, and I thought they might struggle this season, this time around. But they added Charm, and all my fears were allayed. of course, because he's an exceptional player and he's slotted into this team like clockwork. Droga, 2 times champion on the bounce, exceptional play from all the players, of course, but I have to give credit to I think it was Kirika that initially assembled this team, unless it was Kingsman Gatsby, of course, the GM right now.
Well,
so exceptional recruitment.
I think we could sit there and maybe have a theory to who may or may not have done that, but maybe that from the horse's mouth, essentially. So, because we do have an interview, and we do have at least one of 5 potentially joining us today here, and we do have that particular GM in question. Vector, I'll let you have the opening lead here.
Well, I suppose I could segue off of the point that I was making. Kingsman, the only one to join us in the booth. Unfortunately, we don't have a team, but we have the man behind. Okay, well, we'll just talk to you for now, then we'll just have a fireside chat. As I was mentioning, the recruitment, you were obviously the AGM for Kirika's Valkyrie Knights franchise last season. You, if not helped assemble this master team, assemble it yourself. I don't know how much input Kirika had. Of course, you had the GM this season, you've kept them together, you've kept them in the master tier. How much was that based on understanding how they work together, as opposed to just finding them in the draft and it just kind of clicking? Of course, you won last season in the master tier. I'm sure the objective was to keep them together for this season as well. I assume you're very proud of them as a team, but what was the theory, the machinations behind assembling this team?
Well, start of last season, I got a DM from Peachy Boy saying, would you like to pick me and Monkey Mode up? And I think saying yes would be probably the best decision I've made in my RSC career, because two seasons on, they've got 2 trophies, and well, I mean, Peachy's been my AGM this season, he's been brilliant. But yeah, the master team have been non-stop hard working, and well, I've got to give my credits to them. Proud GM here.
I mean, I don't know if I'd go so far as to pre-making a team there. Peachy Boy and Monkey Mode wanting to get picked up together. There's some leeway being given there, but of course, it has led to one of the best teams that we've seen compete in the Master Division in RSC's history, in my opinion. We've seen lots of great teams come and go, but to do it back to back in such a competitive division as this, so many great teams and players coming through, exceptional achievement. Just want to congratulate you on that as a whole. But yeah, thank you for answering that question. Of course, we do have Ish, Monkey Mode, and Peachy Boy in the VC with us at this time. Exceptional performance, Lance. I just wanted to say you gave us a great series. Maybe cut off Transcend's chances there a little bit more brutally than maybe they'd hoped. Of course, it wasn't your fault. 2 own goals kind of got given to you there, but still exceptional performance. And I'll pass it over to Danny Boy as I think of another question to ask.
Well, thank you very much, Vector, and of course, congratulations to all of you here. And I'm going to actually lead off to what Kingsman was mentioning of and directed to Peachy here, because at the end of Game 1, I said you will be the MVP because of how well you played. I want to know is, first of all, why are you that good? Because you shouldn't be in this tier.
Why are you
should
master?
be in Prem. You should be in Prem tier.
Yeah, I didn't even replay before I played as well. I just sat for about an hour just waiting. That was it.
So what makes you and Monkey so deadly together? Why did you suggest the Kingsman, the 2 of you together? What is it? You've known each other for so long. Where's the chemistry coming from? Because to be that ruthless, to be that good for that long, has to come from somewhere. What's the secret?
Well, we started teaming like July 2022, so it's been about a year now since we started teaming, and we've gone from like 1600 to like 2K together. So yeah, we wanted to play RSC together, see what went well, and you know, we went back to back, so it's good.
I think has that answered your question adequately, Danny Boy?
Well, it does indeed, because I mean, when you're that good and you spend, I'm not saying a year together, you do form that partnership. And well, Vector, it proves to show you the only thing I still can't work out is why you're not in Prem tier.
I hope I'm next season. To be fair, I wanna play in Prem.
It has
I'm
to
ready.
happen. If you've won the division, I mean, I'm sort of part of the camp. If you've won the division that you're in, you probably should go up to the next one, because what more is there to do? You've already completed this one. You should go and try and, tempt your fate, shall we say, in the next division. You've won it twice now. It is pretty much, you have to be forced up to Premier. At this point, you are just that good. You're better than everybody in this tier. You've proven it twice in a row now, with a different teammate, might I add. Of course, we have Ish in the lobby here right now. I hesitate to say the sub of this team, because I always like to think of teams as four-man rotational, coming in when necessary. I assume you've played a fair few games throughout the season-ish. But Charm himself coming in as the highest CMV player on this team, replacing Chris. I'll posit this question to Beach Boy instead of Kingdom. How much of an adjustment period was there in losing Chris? I think it was in the first week or two. I can't remember if it was in the preseason you had to sub Chris out of the team, but bringing Charm in, how much of an adjustment period was there in doing that? Did it just click instantly? Did it take a little bit of time to get used to him? I'd just like to know your thoughts on that.
I'll be real, it did take like a good week or two to kind of get really good together. I thought we were like a pretty good team together, but at playoffs, when we started playing playoffs and like play-ins, we just clicked, and that was that. Yeah,
really turned it on for the most important day of the season in the sprint that is the playoffs. Makes sense. If we talked about it a couple times, me and Danny, that you were kind of just sort of biding your time, especially in the fourth game, where we thought, okay, you've won 2 overtimes on the bounce, you 4-0'd in game 3. At that point, we were assuming that Transcend were going to take an overtime. They never did. We were extremely confused about that, whether they didn't even know that they could take an overtime, I think was the thought that crossed my mind. But then in game 4, something flipped. They took a 4-2. What was the situation there? Did you kind of let the foot off the pedal a little bit? Did you let it up, or did it just kind of come out the gates firing? You didn't expect that situation to happen.
I feel like they went for it. They didn't really care if they lost, because they've got really nothing to lose. And it did well, but we kind of realized what they were doing. I think it was like game 6 where we won, and then we just had to close it out. That was all.
And one last question from me, referring to game, I think it was 6. It was game 5. They won the overtime 4-3, the most exciting game, at least in my opinion, of that entire series. It came so narrowly close to you taking the entire championship. There were so many double commits from both sides on defense that were necessary. Was there any sort of doubt starting to creep into your minds as you lost that game in that overtime, after having winning 2 against the same team, after having won the previous game 4-0? Was there any sort of psychological effect that was put on top of you, including the added pressure of being in a potential reverse sweep situation as well, which is not something that I'd even think about at first? Was that something you had to deal with, or did you just kind of go on business as usual? Next game, new slate.
Jordan, you can answer that question, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Do you want to answer
I'm good. I don't want to talk. Don't put me on the spot.
Before you answer that question, and Monkey, it's bringing up the game that you had a goal-scoring opportunity to win the game as well.
I didn't want to mention it. Okay.
So I'm guessing, would you like to respond? How does it feel to miss the goal-winning opportunity? And would you like to point back?
Winning chance.
I'd like to bully Vector for bringing that up, by the way.
I didn't bring that up. I brought up how did the overtime loss affect you? That's all. Completely innocent.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Beach Boy through.
What? Okay, right.
Immediately blames his teammate.
Yeah, nah, but seriously, I didn't really care. I didn't. Yeah.
Well, this is why I asked Peachy as the captain. I imagine he's trying to monitor his teammates and trying to keep them up, trying to keep the vibes up and get everybody talking and things like that. Keep the mental state of the entire team positive. After an overtime loss in that situation where You were so close to clinching it in a 4-1 victory, might I add. That would have been just the cherry on top of an incredible season. I will ask the question again. I think you should answer it, Peachy. You passed it off.
probably.
No,
Nah,
you answer it.
I'll answer.
Both of you answer it. I want both of your answers.
Personally, I think that for the team mentality, it's mostly me. Yeah, it's mostly me. I kind of say everything because I kind of ADHD. But yeah, we knew we could win it though, so we weren't really too bothered about that overtime loss. At least not me.
Wait, Vector, are you on about the question before?
No, which question before? I asked you initially how you felt about the fact that you didn't win it in 4 because you lost obviously the 4th game, and then the overtime loss especially was a bit more, a potentially effective, potentially influential to the result. Because we talk about it as casters just to try and up the drama a little bit, try and think, okay, try and delve into the minds of the players and how they're feeling about losing individual games. But most of the time, people just answer, oh no, didn't really matter, we just got on with it, next game mentality, which is the right mentality to have. But sometimes just asking the question, you get interesting answers from it. And from what I can tell is that you were completely confident. You had no doubt that you were going to win it in a 1 series. Maybe a bit frustrated that you didn't do it in 4, just to show your pure dominance. Danny Boy and I talked about it. The idea that you kind of gave them the 2 games to try and take it to game 7, for the content, and then take it away from them on Champions Field at the very end to make it that much worse. But no, you probably wanted to dominate. You probably wanted to go double digits, and it was just a matter of the fact that Transcend found something different. They were in the grand final for a reason. Great team. Commiserations to them. They absolutely deserved to be there. But on the night, in the end, the clutch factor just kind of fell in your favor, and I commend you for that. And I think your winning mentality was a big factor in your ability to do that. So
I'll be real. I was not really that confident. We won the first 3 games, and then of course we lose a game, and then we lose the OT as well. I kind of felt like we lost it, if I'm going to be real. But I told the boys just to just go for the ball. We give them too much respect. We did that, and then we won it.
There we go.
That's what the confidence was here.
We got a real answer, Danny Boy. That's wonderful. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
It's all right.
I didn't like that answer. I was just hoping, the other team was rubbish.
I
I'm
tried.
that good, No, we got actually a human answer, and I don't like that.
He'll say that out the interview, don't worry.
No, we'll keep it in. But I think we've kept it long enough here, and you probably want to celebrate that and your victory, and of course, massive back-to-back here. And we'll start with you, Kingsman. Anything that you would like to say before we wrap up with yourselves here?
Well, Peachy told me after embarrassingly getting swept on stream by a team that hadn't won all season that, oh yeah, don't worry, we're going to win it, so you don't need to be confirmed. And I will just say, Peachy and Monkey Mode, probably the best 2 players ever to grace RSC Master. And also big shout out to the elite team that almost did it, but were let's just leave it at that, but were just fiddled with in their attempts at grand finals.
They got tigressed, I think is the term
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
Yeah. Big rips.
Well, I also wanted to mention you were the only person, I don't know if you remember, you were the only person to predict that Transcend would even get to the playoffs, never mind the grand final.
Yeah, that's true.
You thought Dogon would get here, which
I did.
I think you deserve props for at the very least, for giving Transcend a chance, even as little of one as it was. Yeah. Thank you so much for giving us that grand final. Droga, congratulations to you all for getting your second trophies as well, Peachy Boy and Monkey Mode. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your evenings.
Thank you very much.
Wait, may I still
Thank
say
you.
something?
Go ahead. Final thoughts.
I want to thank Squirm, Kingsman, One Lap, Josh, Pesky Bird, Big Boy Blizzy, Skaze the No Name, Strafe, my dad.
Let me just check the time.
Ozzy, Dash, Ryan, Minty, and MV6.
End the stream, guys.
MV6S, bro. I love you, bro. I love you,
I thought
mate.
that wasn't gonna end. I'm gonna go. Just name
Adam
every
works
player
into
in the
this,
league.
but I was planning to. But that's it.
Oh, I thought I was waiting for the Arc shout out for doubting Jordan again.
Oh yeah. But
There you go. You got your shout outs. Be content. You got your trophies. You got your prize pool. Be happy about it. Okay. Very well done, lads. We shall talk to you probably next season if you don't end up getting pushed up to Premier. We shall see. We shall see. Well, that's been it for the Master Playoffs. Danny boy, was that the series that you expected? Obviously, you predicted 4 off Transcend. You were wrong. You didn't really care for predictions, but there were some exciting games here.
Well, I was hoping for a close grand final, and we got one. It was,
did.
well, somewhat.
For the most
close.
part. For the most part.
Yes. Unfortunately, our winners are grand champions who decided to knock their opposition around for a bit there, made it far too comfortable. But that is just sometimes how it is. That's what champions do here, and hopefully Transcend will come back in some form and maybe might make it a bit closer. Maybe that bracket reset could occur here. But Vector, we do have an announcement, however, for the sake of everybody who might be wondering about tomorrow's Premier stream.
We do indeed. Unfortunately, due to extenuating circumstances, we were going to have to postpone the Premier playoffs tomorrow night on Sunday due to, other tournaments happening, which is completely out of control, sadly, but it is the fact. I can't remember exactly. Is it delayed to next weekend?
It's next weekend. The day hasn't been confirmed. The teams are being approached and asked what days is suitable, so follow of course the RSC Twitter and join the Discord if you want to get the latest information regarding that.
So I will say what the cookie cutter response. We apologise for any inconvenience caused as a result of these.
I
Danny
don't
doesn't,
apologise.
but I do. I will be the nice person here. Okay, I will say sorry. I'll apologise. But that is the fact of the matter. There will be no stream tomorrow. Unfortunately, you'll have to wait around for that. But it's been a pretty good weekend, all in all told, all in all, with the Master Playoffs. And to be honest, the silver lining, you've got something to look forward to next weekend. If you've got no plans, and the Premier playoffs will still be going ahead. Of course, we will still be seeing the cream of the crop, the best of the best in the RSC compete with one another for the grand prize of Premier champions, and of course, whatever the prize pool is, numbers, maths. My head's a bit gone after that series. But it has been thoroughly entertaining, at least in my approximation, and I hope it has for everyone watching at home as well. As always, a pleasure and a privilege to be alongside you in the booth, Danny boy. Thank you a lot to our streamer as well, Kendo, in the background, pushing all the buttons as well as he does. And I just hope that everyone at home is enjoying.
Well, hopefully that is the case, because it has been a delight to share this grand final with you once again. And of course, there is on Monday the RSC podcast, where maybe Kingsman will be talking more about that prediction. Maybe Art might be there as well too. There's potentially a grand lineup waiting for you, but don't forget, sign-ups will not be that Monday as well. For the next season, you'll have to wait for August. But from all of us here, it's a heartfelt good night.